Good morning, everyone. I hope that you all can hear me.
Yes.
Looks like we have about 35 people have logged in so far. We are expecting an ASL interpreter to join us. So if you are that ASL interpreter and you have logged in, would you please send me a direct message so that I can make you a panelist and our group will be able to see you. We had a little difficulty making connection with that interpreter over the last couple of days because I was out for a death in the family, and I apologize. We're going to give everybody just another minute or two to join. Again, if our ASL interpreter has joined the session, if you would please send me a direct message so that I can. Just so you all know, everyone is in listen only mode, and no, we cannot see you. Your webcams are not turned on. We only have webcams turned on for our presenters this morning. So if you should have a question throughout the session, please use the chat box. If you will check your control panel, there's a place where you can raise your hand if you have a question, and you can also submit your questions in the chat. Yes, you will see, like I said, everyone has been muted by the organizers. Again, if you are an ASL interpreter and you've recently joined the meeting, please send me a direct message so that I can make your webcam available. We'd like for our group to be able to see you. I did arrange for an ASL interpreter this morning, but being out of the office the last couple of days, I was not able to connect as I should have. So that's my fault. I'm trying to follow the messages that I'm getting. Jespal, are you our ASL interpreter? Because I'm getting a message from you.
Hello.
Hello, who's this?
This is Sylvia. Alisa.
Good morning,
Yes.
Sylvia.
This is Sylvia.
Hi, good morning. This is Elizabeth from Ontario, Canada. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
We
Good
will be
morning.
muting all of the participants here shortly, just because we have over 200 folks who are scheduled to attend this morning. So it'll be kind of difficult to keep up with everybody's audio comments.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't want to hear from you all. I do. You know, I love you.
Thank you.
But it's just going to be hard to keep up.
Yes.
Hi, Lisa. This is Jaspal, an interpreter from Vancouver, Canada. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jespal.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I was worried. Thanks.
No, we can
Okay,
hear
good
you. I'm
morning.
still looking for our ASL interpreter. I kind of dropped the ball and I'm looking for our ASL interpreter. If you can send a message in the chat, that would be great so that we can set you up to be able to be seen. Nurio, if you are talking, you are muted, dear.
You're still muted if you're talking. Right, click on the
Good morning, Alma.
microphone tab if you want to speak.
Morning, Nuria, can you try it again? I'm clicking this bottom here.
No, Nuria.
Try one more time, please. Do unmute the button.
Is your volume down low?
There's a drop down that says that Nuria is not connected to the audio.
Oh,
And
There it is. Okay.
Hello?
Can you
Okay.
try it?
Try now, Nuria.
Hello?
good morning, guys.
It says self-muted, so request.
Yes.
I
Okay.
believe-
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes.
Thank you whoever gave me access. It says organizer muted you, so thank you. Hi everyone,
Yes.
I'm Nuria.
We'll be getting started here in just a couple moments. We had over 200 people register for this training this morning, and we have a good amount where I think we have nearly 75 people on right now. We're still looking for our ASL interpreter to join. So if that's you, please send a message so we can make your webcam available.
Hello?
We're going to give it maybe another 2 minutes, and then I think we should go ahead and begin. Because I know that we have a lot of really good information to get through this morning, and I don't want to waste anyone's time.
Hello?
Again, this session is being recorded, and it will be made available on the Catholic Charities Project webpage.
Hello?
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is Mr. Donald from United States of America working for Commonwealth Catholic Charity.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Alisa. This is Jorge. Can you see me?
Buenos
No.
dias, Jorge. No, everyone's webcam is turned off, but we can hear you. And I'm about to begin, so we are going to mute everyone here shortly. And going forward, if you have a question or a comment, if you don't mind to raise your hand or submit your comment in the chat. We have a lot of people on the session this morning, so it's going to get a little confusing if we don't do that.
Okay, sounds good. So you don't have to
Thank you.
see me, right? You don't have to
No,
see
so
me.
we don't have to. Although we would love to, but we don't need to this morning.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Very kind.
Okay, I believe everyone should be muted now. I'm going to go ahead and get started here. And hopefully our ASL interpreter will be coming in soon and will make themselves known to us. If that's you, please send a message so we can make your webcam available. So good morning, everyone. My name is Elisa Puffini. I'm the Director of Language Services here at Catholic Charities of Louisville, and we really appreciate you joining us this morning for cross-cultural hospitality and cultural humility training. Because of our status as a resettlement agency for immigrants and refugees, Catholic Charities of Louisville has been able to provide language access to Louisville and the surrounding area for nearly 30 years. Currently, we can provide face-to-face interpreting in about 26 languages, and we've been a licensed provider of Bridging the Gap training for medical interpreters since 2001. In 2019, Catholic Charities received a grant from the Office for Victims of Crime to fund a project designed to improve and expand language access for crime victims who have limited English proficiency, who are deaf or hard of hearing, or who are blind or visually impaired. We've been working with providers of victim services throughout the state to achieve this goal by providing free and reduced prices on direct services, training for interpreters and for those who work with them, technical support through the distribution of tablets so that everyone has access to our remote services, and creating language access plans for our participants that will provide guidance for them and their staff going forward. For this particular presentation, we've partnered with La Casita Center. They have offered their support by creating this training today. And so I'm going to turn this over to Karina, who can tell you more about La Casita Center and what they do. You're on, lady.
Muy buenos días, ahlan wa sahlan, salam aleikum, moraho, starik, guten morgen, eskawaran, bonjour. I don't even know what other languages we have represented this morning, but good morning to you. My name is Karina Varillas, and I am very honored and humbled to be part of the team of La Casita. La Casita is a Latinx-led, feminist-led organization, unique in the state of Kentucky. And well, we are so happy to be with you all this morning, sharing our stories and accompanying each other. And I'm gonna pass it on to my wonderful colleagues. Please go ahead, Eva and Miss Crystal. Just introduce yourselves.
Hi, my name is Crystal Bryson from La Casita as well. I'm very excited to be here with everybody today talking about our different topics, and I'm excited. Thank you all.
And hi, my name is Eva Studillo. I'm also working with La Casita Center and very happy to be part of this conversation and be hearing and sharing experience with all of you. Thank you.
And while we do that, you know, while we're sharing this presentation, you're going to hear more about what La Casita does. You know, as immigrants and refugees, you know, we are used just to wing it as it comes. So because we are a Latinx-led organization, you know, that for our communities, we cannot strategize with the pain. We cannot strategize with the different situations that happen in our community. So we're going to share more about what we do, so you don't get to hear us talk about everything over and over again. So we're going to do it during this time. So we would love to see each one of you, but we can't. But we'd love to know your name, only your name, your first name, and what is your hope for the conversation this morning. And what is important about that is, you know, there is a difference between trainings that we are required to go through and trainings that we really, oh my gosh, I really would love to hear about this information. So that's our invitation for you all this morning. Please just write your first name and what are your hopes for this time that we have this morning on this beautiful Saturday morning. And really quick, if whenever you have the time, we're gonna read a little by little, a couple of them. Miss Crystal, if you could help us with that, so we get to hear who is here with us this morning.
Sure, I'm seeing answers in the questions, and I'm in the questions section. I'm learning a little bit about this GoToWebinar as we go, so I'm excited to learn some of these new tools here. Like we said, we're used to winging it with La Casita. I see Amelia interpreting for mental health jobs and seeing a triple in the amount of jobs. I'm seeing June. I see Wona Kurako. Sylvia. I see good morning from Wen. Kiran. I see Marilyn and some others, I guess, in Cincinnati. So maybe we've got some screen sharing. Hank, who'd like to learn how to better support all members of the community. Kiran would like to learn some of the practical aspects of the topic. Howard Lee says good morning. Maria Leticia, Romanian medical interpreter interested in possible collaborations. Lily is interested in learning about different cultural perspectives. Jimena from WTC Health Program in New York City. Oh, we're coming in fast now. Dee is excited to hear about work experience from the speakers. Liliana, a Spanish interpreter with Catholic Charities in Louisville. Anton from, I guess it's San Francisco. Got Winifred doing social work, interested to learn more about being culturally sensitive during interpretation. Roger from Family Health Centers U of L. Alex, learning ways to recognize signs of abuse or trauma when it's not obvious. Anila Abdul Rasul, learning more about cultural hospitality. And I'm sorry if I'm missing anybody. You all are typing very fast. It's making the scroll go by quickly. Good morning from Sacramento. Alma would like to learn a better way to help the non-English community. Mohammed from a remote interpreter for Boost Lingo, located in Dadaab in northern Kenya, the Somali refugee. Thank you. And Maria Nevins, Spanish interpreter. Ooh, it's scrolling really quickly.
May
Sorry.
I interrupt for just a second? No, I just wanted to, I overlooked introducing my staff because, well, that's just how I am. So if they want to turn their webcams on really quickly, I wouldn't mind introducing you all to, as panelists in this group. We have Amina Ahmed, who's been with Catholic Charities, what, Amina, almost 5 years, or have you hit 5 years?
Yeah, I think I'm around the 4.5-year mark. It's nice
So
to meet everybody.
Amina manages all of our interpreters. She's kind of the boss of the interpreters around Catholic Charities. And then we have Nurio Ahmed, who's our education and translation coordinator. Nurio also works with us professionally as a Somali interpreter. And Nurio, how long have you been with Catholic Charities? 3 years?
3 years, yeah, full 3 years.
Oh, all right. Okay. Those of you joining from Boost Lingo, if you all have a way for me to reach Caroline this morning, I'm still trying to get our ASL interpreter to join the call. I feel terrible. We're supposed to be providing ASL services, and I feel terrible that we haven't gotten the interpreter on here yet. Anyway, if you could send me a private message so that we can reach out to her. Or if you are that ASL interpreter, let me know who you are so we can make your webcam available. Sorry. I'm going to shut up now. Ava, go for it.
Well, I get, it was so very beautiful to hear that we are from different places. Thank you, Ms. Krista, for reading those introductions. I know that this morning we are going to be sharing with our beautiful accents. So if at any moment, we are saying things, I hear that we are everywhere, which is so amazing. If there are words or there are concepts that sound to you like, what is she talking about? Or what are they saying? Please write it in the chat. So in that way we can have a beautiful conversation, because remember, if some of us have learned English as our second, third, fourth language, and some of us maybe English is our first language, but we are in different areas of the world. We use different concepts sometimes. So please feel free to ask any questions, or if something doesn't make sense. This today, our hope is to share and to have a conversation and to be together to explore these very difficult topics that require so much of our emotional beings. So to start with this, we would love to present to you the agreements that we love to share with every single person that goes through any kind of accompaniment through the trainings that we provide. Why agreements? Agreements, require my personal commitment to you. So I cannot commit Miss Eva, I cannot commit. Miss Crystal, I can commit only Karina. So with this agreement, I am agreeing with you to listen to each other's voices and expertise, because you are experts, we are experts, you know, and our voices are very important. Also, you know, faithfully and confidentially honor the stories of others. We are talking about violence, and sometimes these conversations bring, you know, situations or stories that need to be kept in our hearts, you know, to honor that person that trusted us by sharing, you know, what they were feeling. Judge neither myself nor those around me, since we are from different parts of the world. You know, we have a different way of thinking, of perceiving or feeling. So just be gentle with yourself, be gentle with others, and let's just keep it, you know, a very free and safe environment from judgment. It is okay not to have all the answers. I don't have all the answers. I don't know if someone has all the answers. So it is okay not to have all the answers. Mutually support and respect one another through support and respect. And I know you already do this because I have seen, you know, the work of interpreters. So by you supporting and respecting all of us in this conversation, and by me doing the same thing, you know, we can continue creating the space that we want to. Welcome opportunities. Every single interaction is an opportunity new and fresh for us. And again, you know, ask rather than assume. You know, sometimes we make up stories in our mind based on what we know, on our experiences, on our personal trauma. But let's ask if something doesn't make sense, if something is like, is she, what is she saying? Please ask. So in that way, we keep on all of this flowing. Now, the next one, you know, it's absolutely, you know, all of them are important, but this one, you know, it's very personal. If during this conversation, there is something that bothers you or that makes you uncomfortable and or that makes you sad or that makes you like you want to react like, you know, just sit with it. Take the time to reflect on it and ask yourself, why is this bothering me? Why is it that I feel so upset or so sad? Or why is it that I feel like I want to respond with rage? Sit with it, reflect on it, and let your, you know, all your surroundings answer that question for you. Because if there is something that comes to you and doesn't make you feel right, there is a powerful reason behind it. And the last one, please take care of yourselves. This is a safe space. You know, I know that maybe all of us have gone through situations that are very sad and traumatic. If when we are sharing a story, when we are sharing a concept, triggers you, makes you feel again going through that situation that you wanted to forget, or that you are going through the healing process, please take a pause. It's okay to put us on mute, go and walk, drink water, or do whatever it is that you do to take care of yourself. You don't have to keep to stay in a place that is triggering your own pain and your own healing process. So it is okay. So are we all in agreement with our agreements? Is there any other agreement that you would love to share for us to include? And remember, I can only agree on my behalf. And then I am inviting you. Are you agreeing with us this morning? And is there anything else that we need to agree on? And I cannot see the chat, so I don't know.
Not seeing anything yet. Sometimes we just sit and think for a little bit, but nothing so far. I see an agreed. Yes. Yes, I agree. Thank you all for participating and for the patience with the new features. I see lots of okays, I agree. Donat, yes, I agree, agree. Thank you all.
For
All
this
right.
part of the presentation, we are going to ask you if you can pull out your phone or any other device that has Wi-Fi or internet, so you can go to the website menti.com. And once you're there, I'm going to activate it. So once you're there, it's going to ask you for a code, and that code is going to be the one that you see on your screen. Then Krista is going to help us navigate that tool. So give me just 1 second to make sure I activate everything. And you should be able to see this first question. You good, Krista? You see?
Yep, I was gonna say I was unmuted, but it looks like we're all pretty well versed with starting on the question. We just want to know some information about you. How long have you worked as an interpreter? And I'm seeing 2 years since 2014, 40 plus years, 13 plus years, 2.5, 2, 7. Some very experienced people in here. And Ava, if you'd like to move on to the next one. Next question, what languages do you speak? Got Spanish, Portuguese, English, Romanian, French, American Sign Language, French, Arabic, Mandarin, and I apologize if I'm pronouncing any of these wrong. Korean, Somali, Bangwan, Cantonese. French, English, Spanish seems to be the bigger part of the audience, maybe. Mandarin. I love this app because it allows you to see everything as people are typing in real time, but it does make it hard to keep up on it. Our next question is about country of origin. Benin, USA, Brazil, Mexico, Cuba, Romania, Guatemala, Lebanon, Colombia. Great, we've got people from all over the place. Great, thank you. All right, what is the hardest thing about my job as an interpreter? And this is a totally open question. It's anything that you can imagine that you've encountered in your work. Finding job assignments these days, billing, carrying the emotional burdens, yes, absolutely. Maintaining boundaries, not getting emotional during difficult situations, driving to appointments and canceled appointments, staying emotionally neutral, insurance, absolutely. Not being able to help and really advocate. Ava, if you could scroll down a little bit. Staying neutral, teaching others how to use an interpreter, not taking things personal, learning how to separate things from myself from my job, not being able to advocate, boundaries. Sometimes people are there that judge your job and are controlling emotions, not full days, negativity from the client side, finding assignments, balancing time. Yeah. Thank you all for sharing. Not being able to advocate again. Yeah. If I could change one thing about interpreting guidelines, it would be, and this might be guidelines from a specific institution or agency. It could be guidelines from certifications. It's a very open question. Different pay rates, absolutely. Different guidelines for certification. Use more simultaneous. More transparency, absolutely. Benefits, pay rate, driving, the need to be in a particular location. More in-person assignments. Requiring providers on how to use interpreters. More online assignments. To advocate for LEP. Minimum time paid, more understanding of the importance of our role, mileage expenses paid. Ava, could you scroll down just a little bit? Thank you. More tag teaming for longer assignments, ability to explain when I feel client does not understand, pay per mile, pay while waiting for client, respect for interpreters and their work, paid mileage, more online simultaneous assignments versus on-site, unionized, on-site for long hours rather than 1 hour, respect interpreters for who we are, certification. Yes, thank you. Yeah. And a better sense of community. Yeah. During interpreting sessions, I usually feel, and these answers are all anonymous, so you can be purely yourself with these. Exciting, confident, humbled, nervous, important, useful, stressed, anxious, nervous, free, rushed, humbled, professional, passion, following in my personality or flowing in my personality, humble, hyper-focused, needed, calm. Thank you. Yeah. Grateful, nervous. Yeah, thank you. What are the most common challenges you encounter when working as an interpreter? So this could be challenges with clients, with agencies, within yourself, anything. Unknown words. Thank you. Racism from providers, speakers' talking speed, electricity, controlling the flow, foreign accents, incomplete information, neutrality, response from agency, cancellations, terminology again, not pausing, billing. Yeah, large spectrum of these different challenges. I like to see it. Not pausing, no shows, they forget about us, to be understood. Response from agency. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff here. Thank you all. Doctors not used to working with interpreters. Need more time to interpret. Customer thinks he knows something. Yeah. Thank you. And then on the hopeful side, if we could dream big, and what tools, trainings, resources, or skills do you wish to have when doing your job as an interpreter? The sky's the limit, anything that you can imagine. Patience. Glossaries. Good headphones. Equipment for simultaneous on-site, streamlines qualifications and certification, dictionary downloaded into my brain, yes. A professional booth partner, dictionary for new terminology, resilience, more reliable resources for terminology, patience, regional terminology. Thank you. Yeah, and these questions help us understand too what we're we can't see anybody, but it helps us to learn a little bit about who's in the room with us. How do you keep yourself positive? when interpreting or when encountering stressful situations. Praying. Breathe. Yes. Breathe. Confidence. Breathing. Deep breaths. Talking to coworkers. Prayer and meditation. Breathing. Remembering each person is created in the image of God. Knowing that I'm helping. Trying to stay focused. Self-care. Music. Detaching from situations. Thinking positive. Hope. Breathing and debriefing. Remembering that I'm an impartial participant. Do not take anything personal. Feel myself like I am in charge. Secular humanism. Giving myself space to cry later. Absolutely. I remind myself that I am providing services that can impact people's lives positively. Self-confidence and relaxing. Yeah, thank you. Remembering I'm there to help. Staying calm. Music, believing in myself. And this is really beautiful to hear about people's different methods. Thank you. All right, thank you all for participating in that. Those kind of open-ended questions help us to understand and get to know you all a little bit, even though we can't all talk during the training. And so some of the things that we're hoping to discuss today, just as kind of a starting point for this, we'd like to discuss the diversity of immigrant and refugee cultures. We'd like to have an understanding of the common experiences and barriers they face, while knowing that no matter how common experiences are, there's still diversity, there's still difference. How power and control operate in domestic violence. How trauma is interwoven in the lived experiences of the immigrant and refugee communities, and how the work that organizations do can be adapted to be more culturally responsive. And then from those discussions, some of the things where we hope to grow, some of the things that we all hope to take away ourselves as presenters, as learners within this space also. We hope to grow our ability to engage with people that have been victimized in a culturally responsive manner. We hope to grow our practices that integrate self-reflection, something that leads to a better understanding of how our own identities and experiences impact our work. And we'd also really like to grow our ability to convey empathy and intentions to work from a strengths perspective when approaching clients. And it was really nice to see all of the strengths and confidence that everybody expresses during their experiences. So thank you all so much for sharing, and I'm looking forward to this with you all.
Well, let's start with a conversation that some of us might be very acquainted with. Maybe for some of us, this is not new, and maybe for some of us, this is the story of our lives. I am Guatemalan, and as a Latina and part of the Latinx community, I know and I hear and I listen, and I am a part of the story of my people, of my communities. So I am sharing this as a Latina, but I know that we have some siblings in this conversation that come from different parts of the world. So in this conversation, while I'm sharing this with you, please raise your hand if you feel that you want to share the story of your people, of your communities, because we are not all of us acquainted. Maybe there are some similarities, but we are not acquainted with the sufferings because maybe we have been just surviving and it's too much to take on. So how do we look at the experiences of the people that we accompany, the people that we are interpreting from? So our communities have gone through violence, through oppression, through trauma, that we know as immigrants and refugees that it doesn't end when we come to the US. I saw a comment that really, got to my heart when somebody said the racism of the service provider. And I know that sometimes the color of our skin our beautiful accents are confused with lack of knowledge, and we are taken sometimes for granted because of that. So all of those three things, let's look at the pre-transit experience of the people that we accompany or ourselves. So as a Latina, can we go to the pre-transit, please? The Latinx community, before coming to the United States, and usually we come, all the way, sometimes from South America, sometimes from Central America, sometimes, from Mexico, sometimes from the Caribbean. We have some siblings that have to take very awful trips from their island all the way to one of the countries in South or Central or Central America or Mexico. So what is happening, right? Why is it that our communities in Latin America are starting to feel so anxious, and why are we forced to leave our lands? In the contextual and historical realities of who we are, the civil wars in Latin America and the Cold War, that the war is still there. Our Colombian siblings are suffering right now. There are so many things that are happening still in our countries that the rest of the world doesn't know about it. For Central America and Mexico, NAFTA and CAFTA, those were agreements that made people more poor, and if that can be possible, right? So that a lot of people lost their jobs, their way of earning a living because of these agreements, gangs, poverty, and in 2020, that global pandemic. And please, when I say this, I'm not talking about politics, but administration number 45, the administration that just left, really created chaos, not only in the US for the immigrant and refugee communities, but also, in Latin America. The next slide, please. Is there anyone that would like to share about the free transit of your community, of your family, of your people? Okay. Miss Eva, can we put the other pre-transit slide, please? There is another one that says pre-transit. Yes, so, some of the key factors, at least for Latin Americans, and as I said, if you want to share with us what are those situations from your community, from your family, people from your country, please do share with us. But sharing at this moment, some of the key factors that we see that people leave their countries is because there is a lack of unlimited economic opportunities. There are threatening political and social conditions, and there are so many family circumstances, and some of them are, domestic violence, sexual assault, and trafficking. That, some of the things we're going to talk more about that. There are so many factors, that push you out of your beloved country, of your family, of your neighborhood, of the things that you know. Anyone that would like to share those? And Ms. Crystal, if you could watch the chat. Or if I miss any of my Latinx siblings in this conversation, if there is something that you would like to add to what we have shared, please do.
I see an answer about tribal strife and some political instability. Thank you. My mom and I left because her family started getting involved in delinquent activities. We feared for our lives. Thank you all for sharing. Thank you.
Okay, so now let's go to the transit, right? Everybody comes, everybody, the idea of the US is, wow, the land of opportunity. And if you are like me, you know, we all thought, oh my gosh, the American dream, and it's gonna be the most amazing because we watch all the movies, right? And we really want to have that life, the Hollywood life. In on the way from there to here, you know, the some of our people, some of the people in our community or even ourselves go through so very difficult situations. You know, people that come from South and Central America sometimes have to travel for days in a big a train called the Beast, La Bestia, on top of La Bestia. And a lot of people have fallen off La Bestia, have lost their limbs, have lost their lives trying to come here. A lot of people have died crossing the Rio Grande, you know, and then some with their little babies, you know, and then when they get, you know, to central country or to a border, you know, they don't find hospitality and friendship. They find, you know, very punitive systems that makes them more scared. And on the way, you know, a lot of people have to face rape, have to face, you know, a very horrible and traumatic situations that are hard. And most likely you all as interpreters and as service providers have to hear about all of that. So is there any other situation that you want to share with us? If you are Latinx, maybe something else that we haven't mentioned about you. If you are from another country, what happens in that transit from that place where you are all the way to the United States?
And while people are thinking about that, we did have some other people answer the pre-transit question as well. There was an answer about fighting over mineral resources also for pre-transit. And then anybody that wants to talk about the during transit, if you type it into the questions, I can see it there. And it's a very heavy question, so we understand if you don't want to share, there's absolutely no pressure to do so, but we want to make sure that there's space in which we can share if desired.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, you know, this is to recognize that this is very difficult to think about, because maybe one of us went through the whole situation and it is so hard, or maybe we heard a story that was so traumatic just to think about it. So that is okay. Now, post transit, when we get to the United States, you know, then it's I don't know what happened to you, but you know, it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. There are so many situations that happen in that post transit. A lot of people, you know, stay in immigration detention for a long time. And if you remember in the previous administration, all those poor families that were separated from their kids, that until now they are still trying to the reunification of those kiddos with their families, kids in cages, the rapes that were happening there, the horrors that you and us hear about on a daily basis when people, you know, arrive to the border, people not being able to cross the border and living under a bridge in situations that are very concerning and very awful. So post-transit, it's not, you know, it's not the land that we all imagine. And even after detention is over, you know, sometimes the discrimination, or even, you know, the lack of knowledge of the new land, how things work, things are different, the food is different, the weather is different, you know, and getting used to a different life, it is very difficult. Next slide, please. And if anyone would like to share your post-transit, please go ahead before we move to the next sharing.
Okay, for this section, we're gonna ask you to please do the same thing. If you can go on your phone or any other device to menti.com, and we already have the session started, so you can already type the code. And I'm gonna put so you guys can see the questions.
All right, our first question, I just sent the code in the chat to everybody, if I can do it in the right spot. But our first question, we're going to start talking about domestic violence a little bit, and we'd like to know what we know. So when you think about violence against women, what comes to mind? I see women's rights and vulnerability, patriarchy, sexual and mental abuse, physical, emotional, sexual abuse, sad and wrong on all levels, anger and annoyance, my past, rape, verbal abuse, sexism, oppression, controlling spouses, domestic situations in which women feel trapped and accept abuse, no trust, misogyny. Yeah. Like one more on there, shame. Thank you. It's not right. When I think about survivors of domestic violence, I feel emotional compassion, empathetic, hope, touched and down, deep empathy, aggressive behavior, caring, courage, hopeful, sad and hopeful, freedom, support, strength, overwhelmed, hope for them, heavy, stigma. Oh, yeah, sexism, empathetic, love, overwhelmed, resilience, yeah, strength. Yeah, it's interesting to see sad and compassion so large there. Those are very common answers, and they do go together along with hope. Yeah. Proud of their ability to probably survive. Yeah, thank you. What comes to your mind when you hear the term domestic violence? Terror. Anger. Concern and disbelief. Everyone could be a victim. Abusive spouse, anger, scared, subjugation, trapped women, helplessness, fear for them, pain, anger, abuse of power, rage, sadness, and anger. Sad, compassion, emotional, weakness, not feeling safe in your own home, trapped with no way out without someone else intervening, feeling hopeless, pain, physical, emotional, and verbal abuse, scarred kids. Men can also be victims. Pain, fear, worry. There's a bully and someone that is for many reasons allowing it. Fear and pain again. Yeah, thank you. And how do you think domestic violence is culturally perceived in your community? Silent. Thank you. Very hush-hush. Tied to substance abuse. Normal. Very hush-hush, not talked about. Less normal as time passes. Stigma. A normal thing. Accepted when it comes from the male. Still so much to be done, but people do not intervene. That it only happens to women. Tolerated. Not talked about. Don't talk about it. Normal for a couple to have it or use it. Like women are stupid for staying. Blame shifted to the victims. People keep away because of fear of stepping in. Most people don't want to mind others' businesses. Still happens in 2021. Women not sharing with others. Frustrating, and nothing anyone can do to help unless the person wants out. Thank you for sharing. And in your country of origin, what forms of gender violence did you see? Beatings, hitting, beating, physical and verbal abuse, physical abuse, spousal abuse, name calling, verbal abuse, verbal abuse again, cat calls, yeah, physical, emotional oppression, physical and verbal abuse, beating and all kinds of abuse, verbal and physical, verbal, mental abuse, female genital mutilation, any form of rapes, shaming women and victim blaming, sexual, financial abuse, all but mostly towards females, beating and yelling, verbal and physical, machismo, religious oppression, emotional, verbal, physical, and mainly financial restrictions, attacking women on how they dress, belittling. Thank you. And in your country of origin, what kinds of religious, financial, or other institutional violence did you see? Too much? Political? Everything? More things? Abuse of power? Women not allowed in venues because of how they dressed? Some jobs are only for one gender? Financial dependency? Financial to control females? Sexual harassment on the job, men being better paid, male-dominated spaces, male-dominated, at every junction, discrimination against women, career threats, systemic blaming of the victim. If your husband isn't happy, you're not doing enough. The man worked, the women stayed home. Financial oppression, organized crime, government not listening to its citizens, females barely have a voice, sexual harassment, and religious communities question about when divorce is right because of abuse versus going to counseling. Isolation, promotions linked to sex, police brutality and corruption, women with no access to finances held by husbands. All is against women, the way that they dress, earning less at work and less opportunities. Organized crime violence, lack of respect and value of women. When I started working, I was beat every day, so I wouldn't, and I wasn't allowed to go to church. A woman without a husband is worthless, and police don't pay attention to female concerns. Femicide. Thank you all for sharing. Those are some very tough questions, and we're grateful to hear from you.
Thank you. And before we process to the next section, I do want to just remind what Karina was saying at the beginning, because we're going to be talking about some stories and sharing some experiences as well. So just to have a reminder that this is a free space, it's a safe space. If you need to leave, if you need to stop, if you need to pause, you have that ability. You have the control on the space that you are right now. And we just want to make sure that, you know, whenever we're sharing stories, that you know that this is a safe space.
Thank you. I will invite you, grab your water, drink some water. I also want to invite you to take a deep breath. Let it all out. Again, deep breath. Let it out. And I'm talking to you right now. If at any moment you felt that you needed to defend yourself or attacked, or you felt that you needed to respond for any way or any reason other than sharing, please take a moment. We honor you. We see you. You are important. Take that moment to reflect. So let me tell you a little bit about my truth. I grew up in a family where my father was very abusive. He sexually assaulted all his children, that is including me. So I grew up in a family where I saw a lot of things that a little girl was not supposed to see. And let me tell you that my mom, I don't consider her a weak person. She just didn't have any options. She didn't have any way to go. You know, her family, her religion, her society didn't allow her to leave. And I didn't understand that until I had the opportunity to leave myself. So what is domestic violence? You know, people say, oh, maybe they saw it or they suffered it when they were little. You know, I decided after having been beaten up and raped by my own father that my children were going to have a different life, different from mine. So I decided to change the story, to change the narrative. So what is domestic violence? It is more than physical and sexual. Domestic violence is about power and control. Somebody that really wants to control another person. Somebody that uses any technique, you know, out of their own insecurity or out of, you know, their personal tradition, their culture, and their choice. So you know, of course, an abusive relationship, if it starts with, you know, in some cultures, people do get to meet and they get to, you know before getting married and decide if they get married. But in that period of time, you know, the abuse doesn't start right away. It starts with little things, with jealousy, with I want you all for myself. I don't want anybody to see you. I want, you know, so I mean, start to control little things. But in the case of, you know, some in some cultures, they they don't get the time to know each other. Maybe it's an arranged marriage, maybe it's a tradition of the culture or the religion or the society. So, you know, sometimes abuse starts right away. So that emotional abuse and that isolation, I don't want you to talk to anyone, I don't want you to see your family, I don't want to see your friends, so and so, you know, minimizing the identity, making fun, or you are fat, you are ugly, you're getting old, you know, all of that is used to have some power and some control. You know, in the case of my father, if you talk to anyone in the world that knows my father, he is, you know, so kind and so nice, and you know, you like him right away. But he was a different person at home, and that was his choice. You know, the way that he treated my mother, the way that he treated us, the things that he used to do, you know, it was really awful. And if you tell somebody that knew him back in the day, they wouldn't believe that he was such an abusive father and such an abusive husband. So he at all times was using his male privilege. And if you are not acquainted with this word of male privilege, let me tell you that it's something that if you could even be a woman, you know, and sometimes it happens in the Latinx culture. Sometimes we Latina moms are the ones that are teaching our boys, you know, to have that male privilege. Don't clean, don't cook, don't, you know, you are the king of the house, and but at the same time you are a child that I need to continue serving, you know, or that power, that physical power, you know, who is, if we look at our political systems and at our societies, you know, the pay that women get are not the same. People that are making the decisions, most of them are not women, are men, and that has been, you know, for centuries in any culture where we come from. Even here in the US, can you imagine, we have the very first vice president, female vice president in the history of the United States, you know, and we are the first world, and supposedly we are a very feminist feminist country. So domestic violence is something very difficult to understand. It's very difficult for the person to recognize, because it doesn't start right away. We see it, in the way that it is portrayed, in the news. We see it, sometimes when it is spoken in our own communities. Sometimes I've had the opportunity to accompany women that say, well, he didn't hit me, he didn't rape me, he just, didn't allow me to manage money. He just, cheated on me. He just, didn't allow us to do anything. He wouldn't buy anything for us. He will use the children against me and treat me like another child, and don't let me to be the parent of my child. So all of that, it's about power and control, and about choice, about how I feel about myself. And I have seen, families where it is very difficult for the person to decide and to make another choice, because maybe that person, has made other choices or has gone through other situations. But this doesn't have anything to do with drugs and alcohol. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to him or her when they were, what happened to them when they were little. It just, it's part of what that person is. In the case of my father, he chose, and even though he was an alcoholic, when he was an alcoholic, he didn't hit anyone outside the household. He decided to hit everyone when he got inside the house. So yes, those are aspects. And as we said at the beginning of the conversation, nobody has, I cannot tell you, check. Every situation is different. We can talk about that power and control, and then physical and sexual and emotional and economical and male privilege, situations that happen, but every situation is different. Every story is different. The next slide, please. So who is at risk? Domestic violence doesn't discriminate. People of any race, any age, gender, sexuality, religion, educational level, economical status, anyone could be victimized or could be a perpetrator of domestic violence. It can happen to couples that are married, that are living together, and who are dating. That is very unfortunate. It doesn't discriminate. Back in the day when I was doing therapy and counseling and accompanying survivors, I would have somebody that didn't know how to read and write, but I would also have, people that were judges, attorneys, doctors, and even, people that were counselors and psychologists like myself that were going through that situation. Because again, it doesn't have anything to do with anything. It has to do with the partner wanting to control, and it doesn't matter if that person identifies female or not. It has to do with power and control. The next slide, please. So in the United States, these are our current statistics, but I want you to hear this other statistic. In the United States, every 9 seconds, are you listening to me? In the United States, every 9 seconds, a woman is being abused. A woman, a girl, a female is being abused every 9 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Every 9 seconds. An average of nearly 20 people per minute are physically abused by an intimate partner in the United States. 72% of all murder-suicides involve an intimate partner. 94% of the victims of these murder suicides are female. 94% of the people that are being murdered by their partners are female. In Kentucky, 37.5% of Kentucky women and 31% of Kentucky men experienced intimate partner physical violence, intimate partner rape, and or rape in their lifetimes. And 1 in 9 women in Kentucky have been a victim of forcible rape. I want to say that also the FBI has reported in the past that usually 92% of the cases are not being reported. So these numbers that we are sharing with you right now are not accurate. Why? Because there are so many cases that are not being reported. The next slide, please. Intimate partner violence, it's everywhere. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men. Next slide, please. Sexual violence affects women and men. 1 in 3 women and nearly 1 in 6 men. Next slide. Intimate partner violence can be severe. Again, 1 in 4 women, 1 in 7 men. And again, I want to repeat the FBI reports that have said that 92% of the cases are not being reported. So when we have myths and common misbeliefs, people say, domestic violence is cultural, like as a Latina, people say, no, it's the machismo, that's okay. It is not cultural, it's power and control. Domestic violence is poverty related? No. We have seen people that are very super rich, which are, believe it or not, more trapped than somebody that is poor because of all the things that they have around it, but it doesn't have anything to do with being poor or not. Domestic violence happens to uneducated people. I've shared your experience. I've been doing this work for 21 years. I can tell you, I've had people that have had more academic education than anyone I know, and they have gone through that situation. And I can tell you my personal experience working as the very first Latina in the state of Kentucky, accompanying victimized women, and I went through domestic violence with my ex-husband. So it doesn't have anything to do with uneducated people. It could happen to anyone. It happened to me, besides what I saw my mom going through. People that are victimized and go back to the person that hurt them like to be mistreated. So we're going to talk a little bit about trauma. And believe me, people do not like to be mistreated. My mom didn't have an option. She tried to leave several times. The person from church, the religious leader, told her that that was her cross and that she had to carry her cross, and that if she wanted to be a good Christian, she had to stay with her husband, even though he was molesting her children. Her family didn't give her the opportunity and welcome her for her to go and live with any of them. So she went back because she didn't have an option. And if you are from Latin America, you know that we don't have homeless shelters. It's either the street or somebody's house, or you stay with them. She didn't like to be mistreated. I see my poor mom, 78 years old, and the results of the pain and the trauma of what she went through. I cannot even tell you how traumatized my mother is. She didn't like to be mistreated. And what she did, maybe she couldn't save us from who he was, but something that she put in my mind since I was little, she used to tell me, this is not going to happen to you. Your life is going to be different. So that was her own way to practically, start protecting us, to give us hope that our lives when adults was going to be different. Some people say, if I were in that situation, I wouldn't allow anyone to hurt me. A lot of people have told me that. Believe me, you don't know. You don't know when it comes to you. You don't know when it happens. Knowing all the red flags. I have been doing this training for years. I don't know how many hundreds of times, and it happened to me. I cannot say I won't allow anybody to hurt me because, again, the abuse doesn't happen one time. It happens little by little. And it has been considered by psychologists that the level of trauma that a person that has gone through domestic violence, this level of trauma can be compared to the same level of trauma that somebody that has been in the middle of a war. That's how horrible and that's how deep this type of trauma, kind of involves the person wholly, her whole being, their whole being. The aspect of only women are victimized, you are absolutely correct. Also, there are some men or people that are non-binary, can be victimized. The truth of the matter, but listen to this statistic very carefully with what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that 98% of men are abusers. I am saying that 98% of people that abuse are identified as males. That's a huge difference between one or the other. Again, I'm not saying that 98% of men are abusers. I am saying 98% of people that abuse or victimize others identify themselves as males. So yes, there are people, non-binary people, people that identify that as males that are also being victimized by violence. And yes, there are women that are also abusers that choose to be abusers. That is true. But again, that is only at 2%. And I want to bring this up. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. FBI reports 92% are not being reported. So we don't know what the current statistics are. So this is only for us to have the conversation. When we started about talking about this domestic violence, I asked you if you feel upset with this, if this is traumatizing you, if this is something that is make you really, really angry, please let's stop for a minute. And let's honor every single person in this conversation that all of this is bringing memories and is bringing pain or is bringing rage or is bringing disbelief. And let's take a deep breath. Out. Let's rub our hands. Feel that energy. Hug yourself. You are safe. Next slide. So what happens, when somebody comes to the United States? What happens when somebody goes through domestic violence as an immigrant and as a refugee? The tactics might be the same, but there is something that increases the level of vulnerability. The language, the social isolation, the lack of information or financial resources, the cultural beliefs, and the fear of deportation. Most of the things that we hear when we are accompanying people that are victimized as immigrants and refugees is that fear. Are they going to deport me? Because this is what the person that is abusing them is telling them. If you call the police, they are going to deport you. If they call the police, they're going to take your children away. I am the one that speaks English. I am the one with papers. I am the one that works. What are you going to do? Where are you going to go? You know, even though maybe some people can have some protections back home, maybe they have a family, maybe they have a stronger community, but when you get here, you know, you don't know anyone. I didn't know anyone 27 years ago. You know, I didn't have the slightest clue where was what. I could barely understand what they were saying. I spoke English, I wrote English, but I couldn't understand the accent. It was very foreign to me. So all of this, again, the power and control is, it becomes a way of controlling that person. We see a lot of cases where the abuses increases once they have arrived to the U.S. The the National Family Prevention Fund, now known as the Futures Without Violence Fund, you know, have reported that cases increase and the number of people that have identified that the abuse grows once people arrive to the United States. So if anyone is threatening others, saying, you know, if you don't do what I say, I am going to take your papers away. If you don't do what I say, then I'm not going to give you food. If you don't do what I say, I'm going to call the police on you and tell the police that you are abusing your children or that you are crazy. And we have seen, I'm not telling you just because somebody told me outside a story or I read, I'm telling you because these are stories that we have heard from the families that we have accompanied. And sometimes, you know, the intimidation of this power and control, it doesn't even have to be verbal. Just one look and the person knows they are in trouble. Just one expression, just one movement, you know, that means a threat and a way of keeping that person intimidated and with fear when they are in that situation. So just think about this. We have a lot of families where back home, maybe they have, you know, a beautiful relationship problems here and there, normal, but when they get here, something happens and their relationship switches. That one of the persons, you know, usually male, decides to start having that power and control. And sometimes, you know, it's as well the personal insecurity. We are not raising healthy children sometimes, you know, sometimes even within our cultures. I cannot speak on behalf of all the cultures, but, you know, within the Latinx culture, for example, something that we do is we believe that jealousy is a sign of love. So we are raising boys and girls to be jealous as a sign of your extreme love. We have songs that says, if you leave me, I will kill myself. My life is nothing without you. I cannot live without you. I cannot live in loneliness. So, you know, we have all these messages that are teaching us a very unhealthy way of living a relationship. Because a relationship, even if you have, you know, miscommunication and sometimes you don't agree, but it doesn't mean that one person should have more power than the other. It should be, you know, our common agreement. Like I have some talents. I am a super good cook, but please don't ask me to fix the sink. Please don't ask me, you know, to fix anything that gets broken. I don't have the slightest clue how to do that. But my husband, you know, he is, you know, he loves that. He builds things. That's how he has grown up. And sometimes, you know, we also see some parents are really good parents, are good at parenting with their kids. Some are not, and that is okay. So that's when you know, partners start talking and building together a way at creating a relationship. You know, my children step father, my second husband, he has chosen to be the father of my children, but we have an agreement, right? We have an agreement where we don't hit, where we don't say ugly words, that even if we make a mistake as parents, that we come forward and say, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that way. But, you know, it's a process. It's not about having that power and control over our partner or our children or our stepchildren. It is about how do we find a commonality in their relationship. The next slide, please. So some of the forms of abuse that you might see when you are interpreting for the people that you accompany, the isolation, threats. And sometimes the threats, if you are not from the culture or from that group, you don't understand. Or maybe if you are not undocumented or you never went through the undocumented experience, you don't know what's going on. Or maybe you were never a refugee. Maybe you came here as an international student. Maybe you came here on a work visa, so your experience is different. So, when we try to listen, what threats and try to understand why is it that that person feels threatened, even if I don't understand. The intimidation, again, it could be a look, it could be an expression, using citizenship or residency privilege against her. My siblings that you are out there, that you have come as immigrants and refugees, you know what that green card means. You know what that citizenship means. It means everything, sometimes death and life. If you are like me, it took me 24 years to become a US citizen. It was 24 years of anguish. So you know the power that has. Economic abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, again, using your children. And something very interesting that happens within our immigrant and refugee communities is that sometimes our children have so much power because they speak English and because they are the carriers of knowledge. And because they are the carriers of knowledge, sometimes, not because the children are bad or because, there's something evil in them. No, it's because they are being raised, who has the power at home. And using that children against the mom or against the partner that is being victimized is very powerful. The cultural issues, sometimes being isolated from, like if you leave your partner, maybe your religious leader is going to kick you out from your religious community or for your community in general. The language barriers, even if we speak Spanish, even if you speak the same language from the same place, that some of us, we could be very verbal and very vocal, but some of us cannot. So that language barrier, how do you tell the police officer, my husband tried to kill me in front of my children? How would you say that? I mean, it's difficult. And the lack to access to services. And I know I'm preaching to the choir right now. We also know that unfortunately, some service providers serving somebody that doesn't speak English is a burden for them. That's a reality. I'm putting it out there. If you don't agree with me, please tell me. But for some, it's like, we have to use an interpreter and it's not 20 minutes, it's 40 because they have to go back and forth. It's a burden for them. So that's the lack of access to meaningful services.
And something that we wanted to make sure to recognize, because we understand that also this conversation is for you as somebody who is providing services as well. And we do want to honor the importance of your work. And something that I saw when you guys were responding on the first Menti, the search survey, somebody put one thing that is very valuable for them, it is the impact, the possible impact that they can have in someone's life. And that's absolutely true. So we want to say that we wanted to acknowledge that the work that you do, it is impactful, and what you're doing is honoring the stories of somebody else in a moment that they need to be honored, in a moment that they need to be heard. We will be talking a little bit more about trauma and also how to prevent some of those effects coming into you as the person who is sharing those stories, who is also being part of the experience. But something that we wanted to say is that just as a trauma can affect the brain and the body, compassion also activates the planning area of calming and becoming thoughtful in the brain. And sometimes that compassion can come from you as the service provider. You can be the one that brings into that consideration by honoring those stories. And now that we have discussed about the realization of the different things that happen specifically in domestic violence for people that has been victimized by domestic violence, now we can have a better understanding in how important it is for us to make sure that the person feels heard, that the power is on the person, that they have control of their own stories, and that we are here to facilitate the conversation as we honor that story as well. We will talk more about this, but I'm sure that you guys have experienced some, and I think you guys share some of these, have experienced some situations where maybe when working with the person hasn't been easy because they are reenactments, right? Because when the person is telling the story, they had to sometimes revive or live again all those experiences that make that they have to go in a survival mode, a survival situation. And maybe that will cause people to be a little bit more fearful, or a little bit more like, we will sometimes have heard descriptions that like hard to work with, right? But it is because all this, now that we are aware that all that Karina is telling us, all these things are also happening at the same time. And that is not just affecting the person who is saying the story that you're translating for, or interpreting for, but also can be affecting the way you are doing your important work, right? So we will talk more about that, but we just wanted to pause for a second and say how all this relate to the work, the very important work you do, which it is honoring those stories of somebody else. So now we're gonna give you a 5 minutes break because we think it was a lot of information that we were sharing and a lot of very good data as well. So we would like to give you a 5 minutes break. Right now I'm looking at my clock and it's 11:32. So in 5 minutes, 11:37, I'll come back and put everybody on, be able to see the next slides. Karina or Krista, would you like to add something before we go?
I would just really, really say, please take care of yourselves right now. It's very heavy information. Again, inviting all of us to, like, if I feel a reaction and I need to say something and there is inside me, take a deep breath, breathe really deeply. This is too much, and if it's bringing memories to you, from something you heard from somebody that you were interpreting for, or something that you experience yourself. Please take care of yourselves. Go outside and take a deep breath and just take some breather. And we honor you and we see you.
All right, we'll see you back at 11:37. Thank you. Okay, well, welcome back to the second part of this conversation today. Before we start, Krista, Karina, want to ask you questions?
Well, welcome back, everyone. If you have any questions, any comments, now that you took, some water, went outside, breathe for a little bit, is there any question or comment that you would like to share with us? And if Miss Crystal, if you could share with us, since you can read what everybody's writing in the chat, please.
Sure, yeah, let me get this pulled up again. We did have some comments that I wanted to highlight from the previous discussion. So as people are thinking of their questions, I'll read out some of the comments that we had. When we were talking about abusive relationships, somebody highlighted that coaches and athletes as well are other situations. Somebody commented when we were talking about abusers that hurt people hurt. And so this cycle, getting into these like cycles of abuse that we often see. I have somebody here. Let me scroll this out a little bit. I'm sorry. It's okay. We have an agreement about when you can see that some providers see language barrier as a burden, feeling that because of that, sometimes they're very dismissive about what the client is trying to say. And so sometimes they don't really hear when a client is asking for help when it comes to the domestic violence or other situations. They mentioned that they find that some providers just really don't treat ESL clients the same. Thank you for sharing that. And if anybody has any other questions about anything, we did have one question which I answered in the chat, but I'd like to turn it to Karina for some of your expertise about is it considered domestic abuse when a parent is abusing a child?
Thank you. I have a little bit of issues with checking boxes, but abuse is abuse. Victimization is victimization. Either we call it domestic violence or child abuse, both things shouldn't happen. Sometimes what we have seen is there is a ripple effect. The person that is being victimized, the ones that they feel is they could have power and control over. So we could see it, like one parent towards their children, or we can see the children towards their parent that is being victimized as well. So it's very complicated because this power and control thing, it's something that it's complicated to identify. What I will say when certain abuse is happening to children, I think that needs a different kind of conversation, because of the vulnerability, and because of how much all the children depend so much on their parents. So thank you for the question. I don't want to say yes, I don't want to say no, because abuse is abuse, regardless if you call it a family violence or domestic violence. Abuse is abuse. Thank you for your question. That was very, very important and long to discuss.
And then one other question that just appeared, is polygamy considered domestic abuse or violence in the United States?
Well, legally, I am not sure. Emotionally, if my husband, my partner, or the person that I'm dating, is cheating on me, it could be considered as a emotional partner abuse if it's used as a way of power and control. I know different religions have different rules and laws and different societies, but the thing is that if it's used for power and control, emotional abuse, for the partner, you know, is still abuse. Is still abuse. Now, legally, that's a great question that you know, we can pass it on and do our research and ask, you know, our attorneys that are experts on the matter, and we can pass it on the tools that we are sharing with you in the future. But that's a super great question.
Thank you. We have one other question. It's somewhat about the language in one of the slides that we use that I do want to uplift the question and the suggestion that was made. We had under our slide about forms of abuse experienced by immigrant survivors, we had a line saying that we could be using citizenship, that the abuser could be using citizenship or residency privileged against her. And this person wanted to uplift some gender neutral language and suggest that it could also, we could be saying them or should be saying them. That's absolutely true. Karina can speak about some of the statistics again, and we will be speaking a little bit about some pronouns and some more inclusive language and some of those aspects. But I did just want to uplift that as well for a great suggestion.
Absolutely, and we're grateful. The first thing that I want to say is usually in the language that you see in about family, interfamily violence, gender-based violence, because usually, you know, the statistics reflect that the people that are being victimized in, you know, very huge numbers are female. Usually say it is being used the female pronouns. But we are moving, and it's little by little, especially if you are an ESL learner like myself, trying to switch my pronouns, you know, to they and them. But you're absolutely correct. We need to use a term that is non-binary and it's inclusive of everybody. I appreciate that comment.
I'm seeing another comment here as well, talking somewhat about the degradation of clients, and then also that degradation sometimes extends to the LEP. And I am not an expert, but I think LEP means interpreter. Is that correct?
Is limited English proficiency person.
Thank you. And it says that intimidating limited English proficiency for not being able to learn English after so many years in the US, and speaking about the financial benefits that can be reaped between it. And so thank you for uplifting some of those questions about power dynamics between, you know, the agency and the interpreter and the person who is being interpreted for. Thank you for drawing some attention to that as well. Are there any other questions that I'm possibly missing in the chat or in the questions section? I'm sorry. Looks like we've caught some of them, and if not, then please keep typing them, and I'll try to capture them during the next discussion times that we have. So thank you all. I'm going to move away the questions, so I'm not going to see them if you put them in there immediately. But the next kind of section that we'll be talking about here is going to be our commitment to cultural humility. So just as we came up with some of our agreements at the very beginning of the discussion, as we move into our next section talking about cultural humility, here's some other agreements that we thought were appropriate for, especially for interpreters. And once again, this is a space where we can discuss things, we can uplift things. I myself am not an interpreter, and so these are things that Karina and Ava led me with developing, and we also trust your leadership and suggestions as well. So some of the sound cross-cultural practice that we hope to inspire begins with a commitment from the interpreters to provide culturally responsive services. So in order to succeed, interpreters need an awareness and acceptance of cultural differences, and then also an awareness of our own cultural values. We need an understanding of the power dynamics involved in interpreting for a client. We need a basic knowledge about the client's culture and environment, and we need the ability to adapt and practice skills to fit the client's cultural context. Ava, next slide, please. So this is a video that we were unable to get running through the webinar. So in terms of humility, we've experienced some of our own professional humility with our understanding of the tools that we're using. So it felt appropriate to still kind of keep it in there. But we do want to talk about what cultural humility is. And a lot of a lot of professional development tools talk about cultural competence. It's something that gets thrown around on resumes and during webinars and such like that. And so we do want to highlight some of the differences in what cultural humility means. So for cultural competence, that tends to be a description of the ability to engage knowledgeably with people across cultures. There's kind of this assumption that the more knowledge that you have about a culture, the greater the competence is in practice. So the more that I learn about Guatemala, the better that I'll be able to work with Karina and our other Guatemalan compatriots at La Casita. And it kind of suggests that there's an endpoint, that there's an expertise. So if I just keep learning enough, if I just keep studying my books and following the news, I can reach a level of expertise and just really get it. And of course, that's just not true. People are dynamic, people are always changing, cultures are dynamic, cultures are always changing and evolving. And so what ends up happening is that this concept, this idea about cultural competence, that I'm so competent with this group of people, it just leads to these huge categorizations and then stereotypes and then bias. And so the idea of cultural humility is something that is more desirable, especially within these practices and spaces of services and accompanying people. And so that concept of humility, it focuses a lot more on self-reflection, acknowledging your own defaults and your own biases. And when I say defaults, what I mean with that is when you close your eyes and I tell you, picture a person. Picture a person driving a car. Picture a person driving a car on their way to work at the hospital. What are some of the things that you pictured about that person? What was their gender? What was their skin tone? What was their age? So some of these things are our defaults. So when we think of what the default might be, that can let us know what some of our own biases are. It even comes up in our questions, because if I'm talking about driving or going to work or doing any of these things, I'm acknowledging, or I'm kind of revealing some of my own biases in them. And so cultural humility is really this thing that we want to start with, because it encourages an ongoing growth and curiosity, rather than saying like there is something that you can always know about a group of people. There's something that is always true. Recognizes that there's complexity, so that even within sameness, there's always differences. And then it also asks you to have an awareness that we don't know what we don't know. So during the development of this training and during conversations, there were constantly moments where it was, you know, maybe I've said something for a slide as a suggestion, and then I realized I learned 5 seconds into it that, oh, I just didn't even know something about what I'm talking about. And so in order to create these more compassionate spaces and this more productive environment, cultural humility is a really important part of that. So we want to always be aware of our own biases and prejudices and how that might affect interactions like with the client. We want to recognize the professional power that we have as interpreters, or that you all have as interpreters, and avoid the imposition of the values that you might have onto a person who does not share those values. You always want to listen to the survivor and gather information about survivors' interpretation of their own culture. We also need to negotiate the acceptance of different sets of values. So sometimes with cultural humility, we have to be open-ended, and we have to accept that we might leave feeling uncomfortable. I know the phrase in English is preaching to the choir here, because if you've been in interpretation for 2 years or 40 years or all those different levels of experiences that we've had, we know that you've encountered this before and you've experienced this before. Ava and Karina, do you have anything to add to the cultural humility that we've talked about a little bit? Okay. In that case, Ava, if you'd like to go to the next slide, thank you.
I think Miss Sally wanted to share something with us.
This was just a very quick comment. We've brought up a lot of situations, and we've had a lot of talk here already this morning about some pretty difficult subject matter. And I know that Karina, you know, opened the conversation with an agreement about distancing yourself if you felt the need to. I just feel it's important to remind interpreters. So many of you do this work because you truly care about people who are in these types of situations. or even those just, struggling with communication in general. But it's just a reminder to take care of yourselves, to use the tools that are provided to you, to make sure that you're able to continue this work, just because it's so important. And if you didn't care about it, you wouldn't be doing it in the first place. So that's just what comes to mind, just because there's such tough stuff coming up. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Miss Ali. We appreciate that for continue accompanying us in creating a space where everybody feels, safe, and that we take care of each other. And just remember, this is very traumatizing. I really don't know how. I really admire interpreters because, it's not in my blood to be an interpreter. And even if I speak both languages, please don't ever ask me to interpret, because I wouldn't be able to do it. So I want to honor that in each one of you. I mean, I know you don't do it because you want to be rich. There is no way we're going to be rich, friends. So I know that there is something very deep in your heart to accompany and support others. Yes, Miss Ali. Miss Ali, we're going to say something else?
Yes, actually, those interpreters who are working with Catholic Charities, I know that you've heard this before, so I'd just like to remind you that our agreement with Spalding Behavioral Health will allow you free and, oh my gosh, anonymous access to behavior or to therapists if you feel you need someone to talk to and unload all of this really heavy stuff. So you can contact me. I can provide information if you feel like that's something you would like to take advantage of. Again, that's something I have set up for Catholic Charities interpreters. Those of you working with other agencies, if you want to reach out, I'd be glad to help you and your leaders get something set up for you there as well. I just think it's an important part of being able to maintain your work as an interpreter.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's a great benefit and way of taking care of our amazing interpreters. Thank you, Miss Ali. Well, recognizing the amazing responsibility that interpreters have and how much it is required from our hearts, our mind, going when somebody is speaking in another language and trying to pass it on the best way possible for the understanding, is beyond being a machine passing on so on and forth, especially if you are repeating traumatic events, from your mouth and from your being. So cultural humility, also gives us the opportunity for us to double check who we are as well. We all come from societies where, we are racist. As a Latina, I'm telling you, we in the Latinx cultures, we are racist. We have grown with words that are anti-Black, anti-Indigenous, anti-women, anti-LGBTQ. So that's our cultures, and I say it without fear of being mistaken. But in our cultures, there are so many things that we do and say that are discriminatory and racist and oppressive. 527 years of oppression, our ancestors, our families, and us. We're keeping this. So, learning to be culturally humble and have that humility is very hard. As a mestiza, as a mainstream Latina, where I come from, I never experienced racism. How would I, right? Most of the people look like me, but reflecting, coming to the US and meeting my Afro-Latinx sisters and meeting my indigenous sisters and telling me their stories, their versions for what they live back home. You know, it really has accompanied me in trying to be as humble as possible and trying to as well to understand that there are other ways of viewing things. So that is, you know, part of the understanding those barriers, especially when we talk about language and accents confusions. I don't call it dialects, I call it accents. It's about how, you know, we could be from the same barrio, from the same neighborhood, you know, and have a totally different accent. We might use one word. There are several words that I have put myself in trouble with other people, other Latinx people, because I say things that are inappropriate that I didn't know they were inappropriate. So, or, you know, we have a lot of people, and I'm pretty sure that some of you are interpreting in a second or third or fourth language, like in my case, you know, in Mexico and Guatemala, there are a lot of indigenous languages that are, you know, ancestral languages that are so rooted within the communities, and some people through the colonization process have barely learned Spanish. So the humbling of it all is, how do I make sure that in that confusion, in those barriers, I am providing the best interpretation, recognizing that sometimes, you know what, I am not going to understand what the person is telling me. I am not going to. So how do I swim across that with humility and tell either the service provider or the person that we are interpreting for, you know, we need to do something, because I really want to do my job the best way possible, but I don't think I'm getting through the whole message. Something, I don't know if you all are acquainted with this, but in some indigenous languages, the present, the past, and the future uses the same tense. So when people are speaking, sometimes they are telling you something you are thinking that is happening to them right now, or they are telling you that maybe happened in the past and maybe that or will happen in the future. So it is very confusing. So that is when our humility comes, you know, when that confusion comes, you know, and we understand that we have that barrier, and we are humble enough to stop and say, okay, how do we make this for the best interest of the person that I am accompanying right now? Because at the end of the day, it's not about the service provider. At the end of the day, it's about the person that you are accompanying. The other thing is, you know, with those barriers is I don't know if it has happened to you, but sometimes, you know, somebody brings somebody that they think they trust, or somebody that has power and control over that person, and they don't want the interpreter. They want that person to interpret. So they have this big pressure because, you know, somebody is scared and somebody is fearful that family matters are going to be open up. And there, you know, in itself, there are so many family secrets that the ones that have the power and control want to keep it that way. And also because, you know, there are so many sayings. I don't know the sayings in other languages, but there are sayings in Spanish where you don't, there's a saying that says you don't wash your clothing in front of everybody, right? Like you keep your dirty clothing at home. So there's a lot of cultural and religious and a personal and family pressures for people not to disclose what is happening. Especially if you live in areas where there is so much racism and misunderstanding about the immigrant and refugee community, that could also be, you know, a barrier that people are facing. The other thing is, you know, the interpreters do have power, because sometimes we know everybody that is coming for the services, right? We know and we maybe that person that is there it looks at us and says, "Oh my gosh, I know them, and I don't want to tell my story because then everybody's gonna hear about it because then I'm gonna lose everybody's friendship. Maybe they're gonna lose their support. So the little support that they have, the little community that they have. So there is that intrinsic fear. If we come from societies and communities where we are used to live in community, and we come to this culture where sometimes you don't even know your neighbor, or your neighbor doesn't even say hello to you, or people don't even look at you. It's very scary to lose the very little thing that reminds you of who you are and your culture. The other barrier that could be, so a lot of us women are raised to be responsible for the family, and we have the pressure not to abandon the home. In some countries in Latin America, if you leave the abusive relationship, even if you live with your children, it's called a home abandonment. And some countries, you can go to jail for abandon your home, even if you are seeking for a better life. So it's in our blood. It's in our upbringing. I don't know about other cultures, but in Latinx cultures, we are raised, we are responsible for the family, we are responsible to keep everything together, we are the glue. And it is so hard to say, I'm going to separate my children from their father, I'm going to separate my children from their family. It's a very heavy burden that women have to face. And please feel free, if there are any other barriers or any comment, please go ahead and write them. It's we wish we could see you and we can have a conversation, but we can't. So just please share with us. We want to hear what you have to say. Also, some of the barriers are the religious concerns about divorce. I've had cases where women, have been preparing and doing their safety plan and ready to leave. And then when, they feel that burden, they go with their religious leader, and the religious leader says, you cannot do that. Just like I shared with you, my mother, really, really felt that if she was going to leave my father, that she was going to be a bad Christian, and that she was going to go to hell when she died. So it was something absolutely that she couldn't even bear to think about. And also the stigma. There is a difference between divorced women and divorced men. Usually when it's divorced women, she is bad, she's rotten, she did something bad, maybe she doesn't cook well. What did she do to deserve for the husband to divorce? In some cultures and religions, women do not have the right to get divorced. They don't. It's the man, the one that divorces the wife. And a divorced man is seen totally different from the way a woman is being seen. And also, that discrimination on gender identity and sexual orientation, it's very important in your humility process. Maybe that person, when you are reading all the documentation, it says that the person is male, but then you see somebody that looks according to cultural standard as female, and you need to start practicing that humbleness. And if the person, even if the person looks whatever the way it looks, if that person, if they say they want to be referred as he or as she or as they, that's what we do. And that could be also, a barrier for some of us, especially if our beliefs, our values say something different. But that's not for us to decide. That's not for us to give anyone a lecture, and also to recognize that maybe for that person, that has been a horrible barrier. There are two, in some cultures, there are two things that you should never insult someone with. One is calling the person an LGBTQ pejorative word, a bad word, or calling a person a woman, even in English. So in English, if you say, "Oh, you are a sissy is a word, and again, I'm speaking in English as my second language. I have heard that when somebody calls, "Oh, you are a sissy," it's like identifying somebody as female. "Oh, you are running like a girl," like it could be an insult for someone. So remember those barriers, or the words that are being used to minimize sometimes are referring to someone from the LGBTQ community, or referring someone as a woman. You are weak as a woman. You gossip like a woman. So those barriers intimidate in so many horrible ways to people, and are barriers, especially if that person is seeking for help, is seeking for healing. Any comments that we see on these cultural issues, Ms. Crystal, in the chat?
Yeah, we've had some very good engagement during this conversation. Somebody pointed out, talking about language and accent, and they said that beware of the tone and register for the upper, middle, and low in interpreting sessions of different LEP of other cultural backgrounds. Somebody mentions that in terms of some of the gendered barriers, that married women can't even say that they're raped by their husband because they're considered property. So not even getting into the question of divorce, but prior to that. Somebody says that it's different for women who have a second husband, that difference in perception within divorce. And then if they are to have a second husband, that perception is different there as well. Somebody just commented, thank you. It says that it's sad that the downside of cherishing family honor is to create more emotional baggage and even more barriers in one's life. And so my Asian culture talks about being submissive as a good woman. And so thank you for lifting up that there is this side of it where it's you're cherishing family honor and cherishing culture. But then when it's taken to some of these toxic extremes, it turns into emotional baggage and, like you said, barriers. Thank you for lifting that up. Somebody says LGBT, trust, respect, and peace. Thank you for that love that we're sending out. And I think I'm seeing most of them so far. So thank you all so much for participating with these. The stories that we're telling, we have, we each individually have our own stories as Guatemalan, as Latinx, as Mexican, and as a white woman from Ohio. And so it's really empowering and enriching for us to hear from you all about your own experiences too.
Karina, before we move, if it's okay for me to just add something very quick about cultural humility. I would like just to add my perception of the hopeful side of cultural humility, that it really presents culture as something that is not static, something that continues to grow, that continues to evolve, and that it is part of a learning process. And that is very hopeful, because anything that is part of a learning process means that you learn and you can also relearn. And that just open to so much possibility, like Karina was sharing at the beginning, her mom just telling her, this doesn't have to be like this for you, right? Things can be different for you. Things, habits, values that we learn from past generations, we don't have to necessarily transfer that exactly as that, because culture is not static, it is part of a learning process. And that's difficult, because learning is a difficult part. It is sometimes a painful process, but that's what cultural humility is, the hopeful side, that is not static, that is something that adapts, that is something that grows, and it's something that can be relearned in some of those situations as well. So I just want to highlight that before we move.
Thank you, Ms. Eva. And I want to say something. Somebody, I don't know who it was, but in one of the comments say, I have learned not to take things personal. And that is, one of the keys of cultural humility. Everybody has their own story. And maybe if the person that you're interpreting for, it seems that that person, doesn't trust you, or, you remind them of someone that, hurt them, or simply sometimes you don't like people, like there is no chemistry, to don't take things personal. Or if somebody corrects you, like if you're a female interpreter and you are interpreting for a male, sometimes, in some cases, it happened to me in the past, this male wants to, to tell me, a woman, stay in your place, right? Like, I mean, I know more than you, even if I don't speak English or I don't speak the language, right? So don't take those things personal. It could happen. Or it could happen, maybe you are an interpreter and you're interpreting for a doctor from a doctor. Maybe this doctor doesn't speak English and this person is like, wants to prove that knows and wants to put you back in your place. So don't take it personal. That's part of that humility. That part of like, I am doing this job, from my heart, and I'm going to do the best I can because this is going to have a beautiful result for that family, for that person, even if that person doesn't know it yet, right? So it is very important that we recognize those barriers, those human interactions, for us not to be able to feel that is about you. The one thing about the other barrier, and there was another barrier that I want to talk about before we go to this, is the economical one, that barrier. I being in the immigrant and refugee environment for 27 years. I lived, out of those 27 years, I lived 3 years in the Middle East. And, whatever I have been, I have surrounded myself with, there is an economical status difference. There is some elitism. And sometimes if I consider myself, and these are in the words of some of my indigenous sisters, if I consider myself less than the person that is talking to me, I completely give up my power. Not because I want to give it up, but because that's where the cultures where you come from. That's why sometimes you have people that talk to you like this, right? Because it's a matter of respect. You are high, I am low. So to recognize those economical barriers as well, and I sometimes I've been in situations where I have refused to be an interpreter, so the service provider is forced to bring an interpreter, and I've seen where the interpreter, make sure that the other service provider, me, that speaks the both languages, and the person that is interpreting, that they realize that they have a better status and better words and use fancy words without understanding that if they don't express their language in a way that the audience is understanding, your interpretation doesn't have the same effect. So it is not about using the fanciest of words because you want to show off. It is about how you are, the word says it, interpreting what is being said. So understanding the barriers as well. Some of the past experiences, I've seen service providers where are very dismissive. Somebody said it in the chat, very dismissive, like in all seriousness, like, they don't speak English, we have to use language line. Like really the demeanor of the person is like, oh my gosh, you are making my life miserable, right? And then when they come, okay, so what do you want? And they talk to the interpreter. So what do you want? Yes, no, what? So that also, teaches families to be very scared whenever they go and get a service. One of the things, the theme of our conversation with you all is hospitality. I know if you are an immigrant or refugee, or you are outside, the community, or you are from the South in the US, hospitality is key. It's basic. I mean, it's welcoming somebody to your home, to your place, to your community center is like, if you are not hospitable, people will never show up. People will never come and see you. Even if you are the wisest guru in the whole world, the best doctor in the whole universe, if you are not hospitable, people are not going to trust you. So with trust and hospitality and being kind, doesn't need translation. My friends, you can speak 10 languages, but if you are or I, we are mean and dismissive and impatient, we better not speak any language at all. You won't have the result. But sometimes you have these service providers that maybe they don't speak your language, but you can tell with their kindness that they are so interested, and that builds the trust, the trust that you build with that service provider, but also with the person that you are accompanying. Also, the fear about experiencing racism from service providers or criminal justice system personnel. And I'm going to tell you what I have seen things in my lifetime that I cannot unsee, directly toward me, because I cannot hide my black hair and I cannot hide my beautiful accent. I cannot hide them. And I have experienced, as a service provider myself, as an advocate for the community, I have experienced racism firsthand from even people that say that they are in solidarity with immigrants and refugees. So can you imagine? I am very verbal. I am very expressive. I have learned the laws of the land, the ways of the land, and even with that, it's sometimes very scary. Can you imagine if you're trying to survive domestic violence, if the person that is hurting you is telling them over and over again, nobody's going to believe you, you cannot leave me, they're going to send you to jail, and you have this service provider that is racist, that is mean, that refuses to give a good service. It is awful. Back in the day, I had one of my adventures, I used to work at the local domestic violence shelter, made the huge mistake. Like, to this day, I'm like, how did I do that? I called, I didn't identify myself. I didn't say, good morning, this is Karina from the Center for Women and Families. I am calling to make an appointment for my client. I didn't say that. I said, good morning, I would like to make an appointment for someone. So the person on the other line said, I don't understand Mexicans, and hang up on me. Like that, period. Nothing else. So for the bad luck of the person that answered the phone, because we are around and we advocate, I sent them the message to the executive director and said, so and so, this person just answered the phone and this is what happened to me. He responded, called in 5 minutes. I called in 5 minutes and the same person answered. And that person understood my very beautiful Latina accent that time. So I know it has happened to you. I know that sometimes people are mean because of our accents. Sometimes I tell people, I'm sorry, I don't have an accent in my brain. I speak 3 languages. How many languages do you speak? Of course, with kindness, without fighting, but people really believe that having an accent is a level of your knowledge and how professional you are. So if that's for us, that we speak the language, can you imagine somebody that is being victimized, that is already very scared? Also, concerns about being able to practice cultural traditions, especially if you are in shelter. Some of the things back in the day that were very difficult is like you are in the middle of Ramadan And if you are not acquainted with what Ramadan is, those are days of fasting for a lot of our Muslim siblings. And it is really hard, for them, especially if they have to break fast and there is no food available at that time, or there is no food available in the morning when they wake up before their morning prayer, before they start the fast. It's really, really hard. For some of us that are Catholic, Good Friday, it's, you don't do anything on Good Friday, only praying and going to church and, doing, your religious traditions. Some people are like, oh, it's another work day. Good luck to you, with keeping your religious traditions. And we can go on and on and on different cultural traditions that are important, especially to us and especially to the people that we are accompanying. And it's hard to leave a situation and go to a place where are not going to honor you. For Latina moms, that our kids are fed, it's the number one thing. We don't care about anything else. If our kids are not eating, it's a struggle. It doesn't matter if they are eating McDonald's. I am sorry. It doesn't matter. As long as our kids are fed, we are happy that they are eating. And we've seen, women, especially Latina women, leaving the shelters because kids are not eating the foods that are being offered at the shelter. And that's a big, we come from poverty, we come from misery, and we are here in the US hoping for our kids not to ever go through the poverty and the misery and the lack of food and the food insecurity that we have gone through in our lives. So that's a huge barrier, especially the service providers do not care at all about those traditions. The fear of losing the children, oh my goodness, I can tell you books about this, and I can also say that this is one of the biggest motivations that I see a lot of women leaving their relationships because they want to protect their children and they don't want to lose their children, especially when they have heard about the loss of child abuse, and then when they hear that someone that if they are in a situation where there is domestic violence in the home and the children are being victimized as well, and the children are witnessing, there is a potential that the children might be put in foster care. So some moms, do it out of fear, but it's really, really scary. Also, the fear of deportation. Again, I want to call again to all of us that have gone through this nightmare of immigration, especially with the last administration. And please hear me saying, I'm not talking about politics, but the fear is real. Because for some of us, even if we are U.S. citizens, even if we are born and raised in the U.S., if we have governments and laws and institutions that profile us, it doesn't matter if we have papers. We can be taken to an immigration jail. We have had situations here in Kentucky where Puerto Rican, and if you don't know this, Puerto Ricans are U.S. citizens by birth. But this person didn't speak English because in Puerto Rico they speak Spanish. This person was in immigration jail for 3 months because didn't speak English and because, he looks Latino. He is a Latino. We have situations where even a U.S. veteran was deported with his U.S. passport in hand, saying, I was born in the U.S., but, he filled out the profile. So off you go to Mexico, and he was born here. So the fear of deportation is never ending for most of us that don't feel the profile, the mainstream profile, that don't fulfill the non-accent profile as well. So the fear of deportation is always there. I don't know you, but for my children, they always carry their passport card. I'm one of my nightmares, just thinking that somebody's going to take them to immigration jail because they are Latinos, right? And they look Latinos. So it's very scary. The other thing as well is that the fear of what if they deport my partner? He is the one that is earning the living. How am I going to support my kids? You know, there is no housing, there is no food. Where do I go? So it's not only personal, but what if he is deported, or what is if this person is deported and then this person puts my family back home in danger and threatens my family back home. Any comments about this past experience, mistrust of institutions? Ms. Crystal?
We have some comments about maybe not specifically institutional mistrust. We did have one comment that was asking about how to advise providers when they are using like a biased ideology about gender when they're performing their daily activities and resolving these matters. So I think if I'm interpreting the question correctly, it's kind of how, in your position as an interpreter, can you speak truth to these higher powers, I guess. And if I'm not getting that correctly, Innocent, please type again. I'm sorry.
It's absolutely very difficult. Some of the things that we have to be aware of, you know, for Black and brown people, for anyone that is not white, we are usually expected to provide any kind of service or education to white mainstream for free, with nothing. Like it's an obligation. It happens to us as a Latinx-led organization that some people just think, you know, you're going to do it for free, not knowing that we also have to pay our bills and pay our amazing staff, right? So one of the things that I will suggest is, if you see that the service providers are not up to the level of professionalism and they need training, I would really recommend them. You know, if you see that this training is helpful for you all, just give out, oh, you can call this place for training. They can train you. They have very good prices. Or if you know of other places, but always advocate for any of us, you know, to get paid. Just like we, you know, back in the day, 21 years ago, when Title VI was adopted, we say, you know, I said, I speak the two languages. I am not going to interpret. Hire an interpreter. Just like when they say, oh, can you translate this for us? We say, no, hire a translator. So in that way, you know, we are supporting each other, because this is hard work. Interpreting, I don't know how you all do it, but it is hard work. It is super hard. Translating is a super hard work as well, to try to pass it on from language to language. So it is very important. Pass on names, or tell them, suggest them. You know, I would highly recommend, if I may, that you all get ABCD training. At the beginning, they might look at you like, oh my God, what's going on? This person is crazy, but continue advocating. This is the only way that we could make the changes. And as somebody that has been advocating for language justice for 21 years, I am telling you, 21 years, I'm still the same agencies that we started with 21 years ago, still haven't had their training, and still making the same mistakes, and we are still making the same reports. So we can just continue the invitation. The other barriers, you know, is the misconceptions. There is a lack of knowledge about services available, especially if the services are not built within the context of the community, or they are located in a place that is not accessible for the community. And also there is a lack of knowledge about the law and their rights. I really hope that you all are acquainted with the law and the rights, or if there is something that you need to acquainted yourself with, it's really, really important, because that's going to give you a better framework on how, when you go back and forth when you are interpreting. I don't know if there is anything else in the chat that we need to comment on, Ms. Crystal.
I'm not sure if Elisa answered one of these questions in the chat itself, but if you'd also like to address it.
I just realized that everything I've been posting in the chat is going into the answer column. So I'm sorry. There's another misconception. I'm blonde, but in this case, it was very for real. I would like to point out that through the project that we've been working on, we have been providing training, and Title VI is one of those things that we have been providing training on. So if you need a refresher about Title VI, you can go to the Catholic Charities website, to our project page, and we have a webinar there about Title VI and about the mandated requirement to provide language access to those who need assistance. So that's for anyone who would like to check it out.
Thank you. Yeah, and then also just to add on to the notion that interpreters and other providers being paid for the work and the labor that they do, the fact that you are being paid to interpret, you are not necessarily being paid to do all of the research and the advocacy and the follow-up. And so if you are encountering situations that seem like they're just beyond what you have the capacity to engage with, then check out organizations like the ACLU. I know would probably be a good one where you could recommend that they follow up with a service provider who might be discriminating. And any other ones that Karina or anybody else would like to name, and probably Elisa would also be a good resource for who you can ask to then go and advocate and do that work. So we're going to shift gears just a little bit to talk about some of the intersections that there are and some of the barriers that there are for the LGBTQ community. And I want to start off the conversation that we're having with an element of my own cultural humility. I think that in terms of understanding these barriers and in understanding the issues and advocacy, the best resource is always going to be to listen to the community itself. I'm not from the community, and so I don't have all of the answers by any means whatsoever. And so I always advocate to go and look for sources and voices from the community itself, but we definitely want to make sure that these issues are uplifted and raised, and that we're talking about them, especially when we're talking about cultural humility and domestic violence as well. So some of the terms that are becoming more common in English include non-binary, agender, gender fluid, and transgender, all of these coming under the umbrella term of LGBTQ. Once again, within my own humility, I don't know what all these terms mean, and they do sometimes get used interchangeably, sometimes incorrectly, and as a general term, we're gonna use LGBTQ community, but things are constantly changing, language is constantly evolving, as we all know. And so I invite people to also uplift things in the questions in the chat if they have other comments or ideas. But we do definitely want to talk about this and some of the issues of pronouns and respecting people's choices and identities. And so according to a 2015 survey, so this is pretty out of date at this point, but according to this survey of transgender individuals, more than half, 54% of them had experienced some kind of intimate partner violence. As Karina highlighted earlier, not everything gets reported. For people who have mistrust of the institutions that are doing the reporting, they're probably not going to be answering the question all the time. And so it's really important that we uplift these issues so that we can reaffirm the dignity and empowerment of these individuals that we might be working with. In terms of best practices for interpreting, once again, I'm not going to have the answers for the profession. But just in terms of compassion and empathy and language, just use a person's name. So if you are referring to somebody else, you don't have to refer to that person as he or she or they if you are just saying their name. That also just helps avoid any kind of confusion in an interpreting context, because it can very quickly turn into a, well, he said, and then she said, and then he said, and you have to ask, well, is the client the he, is the client the she, is the person that they are talking about the he or the she? And so just using names helps to avoid all of those questions. Some of the cultural humility that I've been learning and practicing is that when we were talking about this to begin with, Karina was educating me about the way that Arabic pronouns are formed, and the structure of the language has gender, it has some gendered parts of it. And so my very easy, quick answer of saying, well, we just say they in English, so it's perfectly fine. Because of the structure of these different languages, it's not always just fine. It's not a very easy answer to say that we just use this pronoun or that pronoun. And so in that case, I guess I would recommend using the names once again to be specific. In English, substituting they or them is very common when gender is unknown. So some of the examples might be the doctor crossed the street. What were they wearing? A customer called. Oh, what did they say? And so in English, these are pretty natural substitutions that you just kind of do if you don't know what the person's gender is. And so in English, it is somewhat of a common practice to do this. And when it comes to talking about people who are from the LGBTQ community who are transgender or non-binary, they is becoming much more common. There's some other pronouns that like je and ji that are also used, but once again, these things are always evolving, and I would recommend looking up blogs from the community or different resources like that. When it comes to doing that further learning and looking up those other sources, just be careful with the sources that you're looking for, because people like to speak with a lot of confidence on this topic. And so check to see if it's written by a religious organization, because religious organizations do tend to have strong feelings about it. Doesn't mean that every religious organization or religious entity is going to be saying something that's wrong or harmful. But when you're just starting to research things, I would recommend maybe avoiding them until we've gotten a little bit more immersed into some of the different ideas and thoughts. And once again, if it's written by the member of the community, then it's going to be a good place to start. The community is not all the same. Once again, there's always difference within sameness. And so it's important to just keep reading, keep engaging, check out different sources on Twitter, and then take a break after you've looked at Twitter, because Twitter can be a very vicious place sometimes. But just check out these different resources, and when we send some of our follow-up stuff, we'll include some links and resources for you.
So thank you, Ms. Crystal, for accompanying us, and something that is very important to mention is that when we are, I know you all know this, right? But just you are always repeating as it is being said, the way that is being said, right? It's using, if the interpreter or the service provider is using first person, continue with that practice, and if the either or start switching, just continue the invitation. But in the terms of having the conversations and things like that, it's very important that we keep in mind, especially we come from languages where maybe we don't have pronouns, really, honestly. Like we don't have gender non-conforming pronouns. Maybe like in Spanish, Spanish is a very patriarchal language, and you could have 100 men and one woman. The language is going to be everything in male, and you can have 100 women and one male in the audience, and it's still gonna be in male, everything. That's what the proper thing to do. But things are changing, as Ms. Crystal is saying. The millennials, Latinx in the US are making great changes to our language and decolonizing the way that we are saying things. I don't know how that will look in another language, but to try to find ways where we are honoring and we are at the same time, decolonizing the ways that things are being said. So with that, in part of the amazing role that you have, sometimes in the middle of the conversation, things are being said that are not being said. Our languages are not as specific as English. English has subject, verb, complement. That's it. English, verb, complement. Somebody asks you, how old are you? You are, in my case, I am 51. Period. There is not other answer but the 51. But in some languages, if somebody says, how old are you? People are going to be, I think I was born in 1970. Or was it 1969? See what happens, and the person starts telling the whole story, right? So that's what I refer when I say there are things that are being said without being said. So some of the signs and red flags that you want to be acquainted with, and I don't know, if you ever interpret for a domestic violence, sexual assault, or trafficking program, but I would highly recommend that if you do, that you ask about what their policies and procedures are on red flags, or if you are interpreting for a medical provider. When you hear things like, oh, yeah, but my sister, my husband, my partner, my friend, oh, that person cares a lot about me. So that person is keeping my documentation for me and is keeping my money for me because that person is taking care of me, and that person takes me everywhere, and that person wants to accompany me everywhere. That in itself gives me a huge red flag of trafficking. When they say, yeah, but let me get back to you. I have to ask permission to my husband to see if I can come to the appointment and to see if he wants to come inside and to see if it's okay. That might be the culture, but that might be also a huge red flag, especially if, sometimes physical abuse doesn't happen in the face or in the parts of the body that can be seen. They can be seen only, when people are wearing the gown that are being provided by the medical provider. So, I will definitely, and if you hear, and of course our position is not to not believe the client, but if the client like if they, oh, so how did you do that? And because you know the language and you know how we can tell stories behind it, and it doesn't make sense, those also could be red flags. But again, I will ask about the protocols without making an assumption or a statement. I would just let the service provider know, or if I don't know what the rules are. That's why I'm a very awful interpreter. But something back in the day when we were advocating for interpreters and nobody was complying, and you had these people that we had to accompany to the ER after being battered or being raped by someone. If you hear that information is being not provided accurately or the right questions are not being asked, I would, as a professional interpreter, I will ask permission to the service provider as well as the person that you're accompanying. I am listening to this information. Do you mind, if I share with you my professional experience? I am not giving a diagnosis. I am not saying this is what's going to be, but there is something that is off that I don't know what is. We have found trafficking victims through the great intervention of interpreters. We've had cases where the interpreter is saying, oh, there is this person that is always always with this other person, with the patient, always, and doesn't allow, and I can see the demeanor, and I can see that the person is scared, and I can see that the person doesn't want to answer. And we have, you know, thank goodness, being able to support families that have been going through situations. So very important to always, not with the paranoid, right? Not being paranoid or saying, oh, I think this is what's happening, but just saying, you know, could you explore, or could you get an expert, or could you get somebody else that will talk to the patient or the client? Because, you know, I cannot put my finger on it, but there is something that doesn't seem right to me. And again, you know, you can interpret the language, but sometimes the feeling, there is something that I don't like about this. How do you interpret that, right? When you have to continue being that interpreter that is very professional back and forth. I don't know, is there anyone from you all that would like to share any other a technique that you use when you notice that, oof, something is not right, this person is in danger, this person, oh my gosh, they are not saying it, but I can feel it in my gut, my intuition is telling me. Do we have anyone over out there sharing a tool?
Yeah, Kay brought up one of the flags that they've experienced is to watch when the husband or other accompanying person always answers for them. And as well as pointing out that it happens with elderly patients who are accompanied by younger family members as well. I do have some questions that I'd like to pose as well from the group. One person asks, Anel asks, my agency doesn't let us advocate for our clients. How do others deal with this? And so this could be, Karina, I'd like to hear your advice. And then also if people have advice in the chat that they can put for how to deal with not being allowed to advocate by your agency.
Well, what I could say is, if the agency is not allowing you to do so, I would highly recommend you have Miss Alisa as one wonderful advocate for interpretation services. You have one person right there, and I'm sorry, Miss Ali, if I'm throwing you, you know, in the conversation, but I know how amazing you all are with your team, and maybe this is something that needs to have the conversation with the agencies. I've had so many interpreters that come to me and say, I want to talk to the client, to the patient. I really need to. I don't know how to do that. We have some cases where, you know, they go beyond putting, you know, exposing for them to lose their jobs. I'm not telling you to do that, but, you know, we have some that their heart, you know, it goes beyond what that rule is. But Miss Ali, is there a way that you can help us advocate, at least to give, you know, some techniques, because it is impossible for an interpreter not to also be an advocate, not in the middle of the conversation, but, you know, afterwards, the conversation or the session.
This has actually happened on a few occasions in the past, and we actually do encourage our interpreters to advocate for their clients. Obviously, in the situation when it is appropriate, but it is never appropriate for an interpreter to have a conversation with a provider that the client is not part of. So we tell providers all the time, if you don't want it said in front of your client, do not say it to the interpreter, because they have a responsibility to make sure that that communication is going both ways all the time. So as I said, we have had this happen a couple of times. Our interpreters will reach out to us after a session has completed, and they will share their concerns about the situation so that we can follow up with the provider directly. And, you know, that is kind of keeping the interpreter out of being directly involved, but it also has given us the opportunity to follow up with the provider and say the interpreter was concerned about this, this, and this, so that now that provider has the insight of that interpreter and can act on that as they need to. It's really not up for us to say what that provider is supposed to do at that point, because that's really not where our training or expertise come into play. But we do feel like it's something that's important to be relayed to the provider. If it's nothing, it will turn out to be nothing, and there's no, the interpreter was acting out of an abundance of caution. And I don't think there's anything harmful about that, especially when it's not brought up in the heat of the moment or in the situation during the appointment. As I said, it's never appropriate to bring that up during the appointment. You just don't know what kind of harm you could be placing someone in by just mentioning it. So, if we've got lots of interpreters with experience here, and so if I am saying the wrong thing, I need to be corrected. But this is how we definitely encourage our interpreters to advocate. And for the most part, that looks like letting a provider know that they don't feel like the client understood. Can we say this a different way? Can you rephrase what you're saying, because I don't know that your meeting was understood. A lot of those types of situations come up just because of different figures of speech, so to speak. Like, there are ways, things that are said in English that don't really sound, they don't come off the same way in other languages, which can be difficult, and one of the hurdles that interpreters need to learn to overcome. So, you jump in when you have to, but for the most part, you stay out of it. And if you really strongly feel that there's something to be reported, report that to the agency after the fact. That's how we advise our interpreters. That's basically all I can say about it.
It is something very complicated, especially if you are witnessing, because you are the one that understands if you are witnessing something awful happening afterwards, the session, and you are understanding, what is happening, people that are around the person. I mean, it is very difficult. So my recommendation would be to talk to your supervisors, to try to push for a policy, to try to push for an agreement with the hospital or the clinic. So in that way, they also have a policy. Do we have any comments in the chat, Ms. Crystal?
Let's see here. We had
Can I jump in for a second? It's Nuria. Yeah. From experience.
Please turn on your camera, Nuria.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. But from experience as an interpreter, sometimes the best way to advocate also is talk to the client. If you see something happening to the client, tell the client they have rights, tell the client they have other avenues that they can use, even though sometimes you might be overstepping in. That's not what the facility has hired you for. As an advocate, as an interpreter, you have those rights to tell them, hey, this is what I'm seeing. This is not what's working for you. I see that you need these resources. Here goes A, B, C, D, and G, and F. You can contact. Here goes who this person's supervisor is. You can contact. You have rights to fight for yourself, and here are ways to fight for yourself. Sometimes you might feel like you're overstepping and that your supervisors will be upset with you. But as a Catholic charity, we understand sometimes in certain situations, you can't wait to advocate. If you don't protect the client, then you can't protect the client later on. But also, sometimes we as interpreters also have to know and recognize that we can do our best. We can't protect everyone. We can't do everything for everyone, but we can do our best and advocate for them in certain ways that that can be beneficial to you. So you protect yourself also if you advocate for the client in that manner. You tell your supervisor, you call Elisa, you call Amina, you call me, and let us know what happened in that situation and what steps you took. We will always support you if you made the correct choices. If there any form of way that you need to be reprimanded, more than likely we won't, because clients do come first. We love our customers, we're here for our customers, but we are serving the greater community of our bilingual brothers and sisters that were once us.
Thank you, Ms. Norio. That's absolutely very beautiful. And again, it's very complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely very, very complicated, because sometimes you are in the middle of, oh my gosh, that person is in danger and your job.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's very difficult, and especially if you come from communities where individualism doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
For us, that is very complicated, not to do anything and say, oh, that's not my business. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't affect me. Who cares? It's hard. Yes, Ms. Amina.
We can't hear you.
I'm sorry, we cannot hear you, but something that is very important, please, if you have any questions, I know we have people from different agencies here, as Ms. Norio and Ms. Ali just shared with us, Catholic Charities is in reality doing an amazing job in helping advocate, to other agencies for them to have best practices. So if at the level of mainstream, whoever you work for, they are not doing, or they don't have those techniques, start advocating with your supervisors, so people can be trained. And I just wish you, the strength and the strength to do what you think is right at the moment.
I do see one new question that popped up, and I apologize if I'm missing any of the other ones. Please just retype it. But this most recent one says that sometimes a family member will say that he or she speaks the language and they don't need an interpreter. But when you feel that they don't have the knowledge or the terminology, and that they might hide the facts, then what should you do?
That's a great point. So this is what I'm going to tell you. We're going to talk a little bit more in, I know that you all know about Title VI, and I know that you all know about HIPAA. So if you are interpreting for any agency that needs to keep confidentiality, that means all of us. That means all of us have to comply with HIPAA. Maybe people are going to say, oh, yeah, they want the service provider. You say, I am so sorry. If you use it in terms of HIPAA, service providers will support you more than you talk about Title VI. I have seen it happening all the time. Like for example, going to the hospital, to a hospital run because somebody has been assaulted, right? And then the husband, in these cases that I'm telling you, is there, the one that assaulted, he is there and he speaks the language, and he said, no, I will interpret. So the medical providers are like, oh, okay, the husband is going to interpret. So it was my job as an advocate right there. I wasn't an interpreter, I was an advocate, said, well, if you let the husband or the relative interpret, you are not complying with HIPAA. Guess what? Magic. I mean, don't comply with HIPAA, will have more positive reactions from the provider, rather than saying, well, you're not complying with Title VI. So as a rule, just bring it on. The client doesn't want the client doesn't want you, want the provider, want the relative or whoever is with that person. You invite and remind the provider, we need to comply with HIPAA and with Title VI. Because sometimes, if the client or the patient doesn't speak English, how the person is going to tell you, I don't want you, I want him or her or them. Yes, Miss Ali.
I was just going to say, I was typing this in the chat actually because I didn't want to interrupt you, but I was just going to say, those of you who are here as a provider, I'm going to say this, I'm going to say, if you can't blame it on HIPAA, blame it on the provider, because that's one thing that providers are happy to take the responsibility for, is making sure that, even though someone says they don't need an interpreter, you can blame it on the provider and say, well, as a provider, I'm not familiar with all the customs of your culture, and an interpreter will be helpful to me. Blame it on the provider, whatever, but you do what you have to do, right?
Absolutely. That's another great technique. Thank you, Miss Ali.
We had Amina type the advice that they had, which was really helpful as well. Sorry about the muting. We're learning how to use this tool. But Amina says that I was just going to add that a form of advocacy is informing the client of their rights. There is no conflict in doing so. Many patients and clients are unaware of the fact that they can choose to receive services elsewhere if they are unhappy with those services received. They do not have to see the same provider or doctor, they can switch. And in the questions area as well, somebody recommends to check with the provider, and usually the provider wants the interpreter present. And I would say I will stay and step in whenever necessary. Another person.
No, I was going to invite Amina, because I do see the status change for the microphone. So in case, I know that you, Amina, already posted on the chat, but in case you want to add something else, to see if we can try that again.
And if Amina, oh yeah, there you are.
I see you on, but no. Sorry, Amina.
We've got one other person who recommended that nowadays most providers do say that it's hospital policy to use the interpreter that the hospital contracted, and they do not allow friends and families to interpret for their patients. This is something that this person has experienced, that Maria's experienced. Somebody did ask if we could explain Title VI a bit more.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we are going to move to that part, the part of immigrant and refugee rights. Everyone has the right to live free from violence. The violence that we're talking about, any kind of violence, everyone has the right to live free from violence. If I am documented, if I am non-documented, if I am a green card holder, if I am a refugee, if I was born here, doesn't matter who I am, I have the right to live free from violence, to live in peace, to make my own choices. The other right is I have the right to live free from discrimination based on my identity. I can choose my pronoun, I can choose who I want to be, I can choose how I express myself. That is my right. I have the right, anyone that is an immigrant and refugee has the right to meaningful language access. I'm going to say this again. Not everybody that speaks 2 languages, 3 languages, 4 languages is a good interpreter. I am the worst interpreter. Please hear me saying, do not ever hire me as an interpreter because I am awful. Meaningful language access means that the person, the patient, the client is understanding and leaves the place with the understanding of everything that happened, and that the medical provider or any kind of service provider is understanding what the client, the patient, or the person that is seeking for the service is saying. Meaningful means that I am not going to go and throw academic terms to somebody that doesn't understand academic terms in either English or Spanish. It means that I am not going to use my Guatemalan lingo with somebody that is from another country, because that person is not going to understand what I am saying. Meaningful means that the person, everybody involved at the end of the session will feel that they understood everything back and forth. That is very important. That is key. That is a right. Now, another right is Title VI compliance. Title VI is the federal law that says that everyone, every single institution, organization that receives federal funding, state funding, government funding shall provide with an interpreter, not anyone, a qualified interpreter. If you learn English like I did, shall means that it must be done. It is not if they want to. It is not if they feel like it. It is not like today is a good day, tomorrow maybe not. It is the law. What happens with Title VI differently from HIPAA, and I don't know if you know this, that these two laws were put almost at the same time. Title VI affects our communities, immigrant and refugee communities that usually we want to stay away from trouble, invisible as much as possible. So whenever there is this lack of compliance, people do not want to complain or to report why we don't have time. We have to survive, we have to work, we have to feed our kids, we have to send money home, So and because it doesn't affect mainstream, there are no lawsuits against that. So HIPAA affects mainstream. So mainstream people, if they don't get anyone complying with their HIPAA, believe me, they're going to be suing for millions of dollars. This is the way of the land. So with Title VI, every agency where you go, I'm assuming, hoping and dreaming that they have policies and procedures. What does this mean? It means that from the person that welcomes, that opens the door, that cleans the bathroom, that mops, to the boss, the ED, the CEO, the CFO, whatever it is, everybody is acquainted with the policies and procedures of the agency. That there is language accessibility. If it happened to me, I'm sure that it happens to you. I don't speak all the languages in the world, but my co-workers back in the day when I was starting my career, anyone that they couldn't understand on the phone, they would say, Karina, here you can understand them, and maybe it was a language that I don't know, right? That I don't even have the slightest clue. No, I don't understand all the languages in the world. So every person that answers the phone should be acquainted with the policy and procedure of the agency. And also they should be acquainted with how to use an interpreter. Some of our friends here in the chat, some service providers don't have the slightest clue because they don't have a policy. And if they have a policy, maybe they haven't even trained in this policy and this procedure. Maybe they don't know who shouldn't interpret. I like the comment that Miss Ali and somebody else in the chat did. We have to be very clear who and who shouldn't interpret. I've been telling this story forever because this has been one of the most traumatizing stories that I can tell you. This young guy, teenager, had to interpret for his mom and tell her that she had cancer. and that she was going to die. Can you imagine the level of trauma of this poor kid? Because the service provider didn't give her an interpreter. So it's very important, please, when you go to agencies, talk to your agencies and make sure that whenever somebody hires you, hires the agency, that they already have the policy and the procedure, because then if not, at the end of the day, the interpreter is not being respected, the interpreter is not being seen as a professional, and the amazing job that you all do is not taken into consideration. And the poor interpreter waiting outside for 5 hours, and then nobody told the interpreter that the client didn't show. So very important that those agencies have policies and procedure. And Title VI is not just, oh, we want to, we are so good, we are a welcoming. No, it's a federal law. It's the law of the land, 2000, signed by President Clinton. So it is not if they want to or not. Any questions or any comments about Title VI?
I have one question here, not necessarily specifically about Title VI, but definitely related. They want to know what happens when the patient's family and health provider are both poor communicators, and they think that they're communicating well to each other, and they just want that the interpreter stays in the background waiting, but the interpreter can see that this is a bad job. They're saying that the interpreter is not a secretary or a counselor or a speech therapist that jumps in and corrects and redirects the communications if both parties decide to communicate the way that they are with all of these misunderstandings and mistakes. And I think it's a question about what can you do in those cases.
You know, that's one of the reasons why I am not a good interpreter, but I am going to tell you that story later. And Miss Ali, please go ahead.
So I was just going to say that I did mention that Catholic Charities has a Title VI training that's available. I'm sorry, I did not realize that our webmaster hadn't posted it yet, but it will be posted along with this training as well. So I'm sorry about that. The other thing is when you're in a situation where you feel like both parties are not communicating well, I believe at that point it is okay to, this is part of what we train our interpreters as the pre-session. That's why the pre-session is very, very important, is that you greet each person who's participating in this session where an interpreter is present, and you pretty much lay out those facts that you, by law, have to repeat everything that is said to speak to one another, that I am simply a conduit, and that, I'm going to do my best, speak slowly, but I'm going to do my best to keep up with you. And it's okay to say at that time, if I feel one or the other of you isn't, understanding what's happening, I'm going to let you know that. So again, to me, that is a point where, and I realize that it takes a lot of gumption as an interpreter to say to a provider, you're not communicating effectively and this patient does not understand what you're saying. Unfortunately, that is something that you're going to have to kind of step up and learn to do as an interpreter, because as the interpreter, that is your duty, that is your responsibility in that session. I know there are times when it's going to be like beating your head against the wall and you're not going to get anywhere. And if that's the case, that's definitely something to report to your agency going forward. And I'll say, as a representative of an agency, we are most happy to reach out and provide training to agencies so that providers, because that's not something, and you can ask any physician, they're not trained in medical school to learn to work with interpreters. Very few professionals are in those kinds of roles. And so that's something that Catholic Charities is really happy to do. We will step in, we go to a provider and we say this, just by explaining to them what to expect from an interpreter. what their role is, what they do, and what they don't do. It really isn't, I've been in, unfortunately, I was in a doctor's office not that long ago who said, because I suggested he had a couple of bilingual techs that worked in the office, and I suggested sending them to me to get properly trained so that they could be providing the correct level of service for their patients. And he said, yeah, I guess it's real important because I don't speak Mexican. I thought I was going to lose my mind. And that was a real clear sign to me that, we did end up training one of those techs for free, by the way, just because I just absolutely couldn't let that go on. But, we're happy to provide professionals with that type of training. It is actually, there was a study done a couple of years ago with the Children's Hospital in Cincinnati. And they were talking about providers and their lack of understanding how to work with an interpreter. This sounds horrifying, but that families oftentimes would just nod their heads and agree to procedures, even though they didn't understand what was happening to their children. That, to me, as a parent, would be, I couldn't even imagine. I couldn't imagine giving permission. It's one thing to give permission for a procedure for yourself, but it's something else to give it for a child. And when you don't understand what's being said because you're afraid your child might not get treatment.
Exactly.
That's unacceptable. And many of these providers, they know that their malpractice, the chances of them of malpractice or complications after a procedure go down significantly when an interpreter is involved. And that right there is a really good enough reason for us to be able to get in with those folks and explain to them how interpreters should be used and what to expect from an interpreter.
Thank you, Sally. That's absolutely.
Shut up. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It looked on this side that you were done. My apologies. Please go ahead.
No worries. No worries.
Well, so something that is absolutely very important, please. It goes beyond using an interpreter. It's about also understanding the realities of the immigrant and the refugee communities, because if a service provider doesn't understand the struggle, the pain, the barriers, it's going to be very hard for them to say, so what do we have to provide with an interpreter? So, and then they're going to come with that, like, why don't they learn English? Why haven't they learned English? They are in America. They need to. But the truth of the matter, I can tell you, I've worked with people, for so many years, and some people are still trying to learn English. The severity of the trauma that we bring, some people can't learn English. It is not that they don't want to, or that they are just being lazy. It is that some people do not have that ability. And really quick, you already know about HIPAA, the Protection Act. For medical records. Everybody is acquainted about that. And I want to speak really, really quick about immigration protections for you to know. There are immigration protections for victims of crime. One is the U visa. The U visa is related to intimate partner violence. And there are so many requirements, but one of the requirements is that the person calls the police. She might be, or he might be, or they might be protected and might be eligible for a protection visa. Because as you all know, what we are talking about, immigration status is one of the biggest barriers that exists for immigrant and refugee women. The T visa is related for victims of trafficking. Again, they have so many process. I've been in conversations where people laugh and say, oh, so I'm going to call the police on my partner, so I'm going to get a visa. It doesn't work that way. It has to be something that is being proven, and it has to be a real crime. It's not that I'm going to call the police on my neighbors. No, it has to. It's a very complicated. super complicated way of getting protection in the US. Self-petitioning is if I am married to a green card holder or a US citizen and they are using immigration status as a way of control and abuse. So I can do a self-petitioning as somebody married to a US citizen or a permanent resident. And as you all know, there are some protections with DACA, with DAPA, that also allows people a work permit, and but that's another conversation. So right now, those are our rights, and if you have some others, please share them in the chat. And I'm gonna move forward because I think that we are running out of time. Go, Miss Eva.
Actually, we're going to give them a little bit of time, at least 3 minutes to stretch out. Please, if you are sitting, just stand out, do some movement, because I know that we have been throwing a lot of information. So we're going to move to a new topic. We're going to be talking about hospitality and accompaniment. But we're going to give you 3 minutes, and we'll see you here back in 1:25, 1:26. And to continue the conversation, but to at least give you guys time to read a little bit, to process that information. If you have any questions, we'll address that too. Okay, welcome back, everybody. If you didn't have the opportunity just to stretch a little bit, wherever you are, if you're sitting, if you're standing up, if you're doing something else and hearing us on your cell phone, just to take the time. I know we have been with you already almost more than 3 hours, so it is our pleasure for sure, but we want to make sure that we're also giving you some time to stretch around. For the next topic, let me just make sure I'm sharing my screen. We are going to be talking a little bit about cross-cultural hospitality and also cross-cultural accompaniment. And those are two terms that we're going to be getting into a little bit longer. But before getting to that, we wanted to talk a little bit about the trauma-informed approach to your work as an interpreter. There's really a lot to talk about this topic, but we recognize this conversation is more about how to be working in different communities, and also just sharing with you guys our experience on the hospitality side. But we do think this is an important topic to be aware of when we're working with communities that comes from different parts of the world, and also just is a way to honor the story of each of us. We all have a life experience. We all have a story behind us, and it really is what it has make us to be who we are as today. So when we are interacting with other people, having the trauma-informed approach is something that it can also be beneficial for us as service providers, because it helps us in different ways. And one of the things that Crystal will talk a little bit more, it also helps us to make sure that we take care of ourselves. Because we understand it sometimes it's very difficult. It's easy to say that you cannot take things personal, but it's very difficult when you have to practice that, especially when there is stressful situations where you have to be doing a service on the spot, when we're sharing a story that also might be relating to you. So all these things that we don't know that are playing a role in the moment that we are providing, or that we're accompanying a family, all this has something to do in how we also perform that work or that role. So four things that we wanted to bring into that, even though it's a huge topic, the first one, it is to recognize. And that's a process that we already did today. Recognize and validate the stories that are real, the reality of the communities, and that those stories are not going to necessarily be the same as ours. We're not going to have necessarily the same experience. Even if I am from Mexico and I grew up in Mexico pretty much all my life, doesn't mean that I'm 100% culturally competent to represent all the people from Mexico that has been born from generations and generations. As we talked before, culture is not static, it's something that continues to evolve. And even though I might have some knowledge and expertise on my generation and on my heritage and in the places where I come from, I'm not in any means 100% representative of everyone who is from the Latinx community. So recognizing those stories, recognizing that this is real. The other thing, it is how we respond when we are, and I'm gonna continue explaining these 4 steps. If I may share a story. This is not a story of mine. This is not a story that I hear from a person specifically. This is a story that I heard during a training that I think really represents these 4 steps. There was a kid who was in a children facility, and this kid usually at night she will push furniture in front of a door to try to keep people outside of her room. But that was, of course, from the service perspective, the people who was in charge of managing the building, this was a concern, there was a hazard, because if it was going to be a fire, the kid will probably be trapped, right? So on the concern of the safety of the children, they will try to move that furniture. And when that happens, the reaction of the kid will be almost like they will frame it as it will become violent, it will become aggressive, it will become like all difficult to control. So to be able to have that control, again, we're talking about control the whole morning, they will try to put her like to stop her, like the movements. And usually the people who will do that will be male. Later on, one after happening more than one episode, one of the persons who has this different approach, and instead of saying, why is she doing that? Why is she acting like that? She started questioning, like, what could have happened that is making her have this approach every night, and every night she would be the same. So talking with the kid, they find out that where she was coming from, she was being abused by one of the family members. So a way for her to protect, a way for her to survive that violence, it was to put something between whatever was outside her room and herself. And that's why when they were approaching her and trying to control the body, she was just triggering all these things back to her reality. And it was forming this circle. So when you are recognizing these things and the way we are responding to it, it is very important, because the first way they responded it is by the rule that we want to be compliant with a harassal, a fire possible risk. But we can also be responding from other lens. What if instead of you're following by the things of the rule that we say, we stop for a second and we recognize, validate stories and see what it could be happening. What other response could be coming into it to be able to facilitate that interaction that we are having as interpreters or as service providers. The word that you see here as resist, it comes a little bit more to you, which it is resisting re-traumatization. And this is where we want to acknowledge that the important work that you do, sometimes you can take, it's hard not to take it home. And this re-traumatization can happen for not just for the person you're accompanying, not just for the family, but it can be happening for you too, because as I said before, we don't know what also we're breaking up our packages. We don't know, like, I don't know what you guys individually, everybody has a story behind, and maybe that story you're helping to interpret it might be very related to yourself as well. So resisting those re-traumatizations can come in different ways, and we will talk a little bit more about that, but it can be as simple as reading, as simple as listening to music, as simple as looking at knowing where is the exit if you need an exit, as simple as just meditating. And this can happen in different sets. It can happen before you are going to interpret it. You can prepare yourself maybe with a meditation, maybe with a reading, maybe by listening to music, maybe by creating. You guys were sharing very, very good topics or very good tips at the beginning. But also it needs to happen while you are doing it, right? When you are interpreting, right in the moment, if there is something that it might sound too close to you, what can you do? Do you have control on your body? Can you breathe? Can you see a window? Can you think about the covenants? Can you remind what the importance of the work that you're doing? What are those tools that you can do, that you can use? And of course, very important, resist after. Once you completed the service, right? Once you leave that room, you were able to talk with Ms. Lisa and give the updates of what you possibly saw. What can you do? Can you maybe go to a movie theater, or maybe just eat ice cream? Self-care or community care, as we call it in La Casita, can be in a very different way for each of us. But it is important that we have those very personal tools next to us so we can resist these cycles as well. And then realize, just having that realization that trauma really affects people and really does affect us as a group. If trauma affects an individual, it means that can affect our interactions as a group. So it is true that sometimes we're going to have those difficult moments when we're working with people. I would say it's so difficult to work with that person. It is true, but just recognizing that this is part of a story behind that is coming to you, and that is also having an encounter with your own story. And that's where this is self-care is so important, because it's never going to be just about the story of the person. It's going to be the story of the person with encounter of your own story as well. So that's why for us it's very important to say we meet our accompagnants where they are. And I know that I'm an educated person who grew up in Mexico, and I know now all my cultural weight and my historical weight that brings into me as a woman who grew up in Mexico, who speaks Spanish as a first language, and who has been educated and has the privilege of being educated. and the role that that put me in compared to other people who is from the same country that doesn't necessarily has my background. So when I'm interacting with some people, I can absolutely see those cultural ways and historical ways coming into play. And I can see that my role, how I am perceived because of that, can affect the interaction of, even if it's from Mexico too. So it's not just culturally, but cannot completely affect the interaction when I'm doing that. So I always try literacy levels. Also can be just historical backgrounds, beliefs, religion beliefs too. That doesn't necessarily has to match with mine. That's okay, because I'm not there to match or my values or anything like that, but I'm there just to listen, and I'm there to provide the service, because again, for us, what you guys do as an interpreters, it is very important work, and also a very valuable work that not everybody can do. So seeing this from a little bit more of the perspective, organizational perspective, I have had, again, the privilege to and the pleasure to be working on private institutions, governmental institutions, and other nonprofit institutions. And something that I have always experienced or learned through these processes, it is that as a service provider, there is a status or privilege that automatically comes to you. And I don't know if there's someone else from Mexico here, but if anyone who can relate to this story, every single time back in Mexico, when I have to go to the government to do any type of documentation, I'm almost immediately going already in a bad mood, because I have my biases thinking that I'm almost 100% sure that that person that I'm going to encounter in the window is going to be also in a bad mood. And it's probably not going to be helpful. And it's probably going to make me talk to 10 people before I can get my answer. And all these stories, because I grew up thinking and learning and hearing from other people all these things, right? So when I get to these places to ask for any service through the governments in Mexico, I usually already arrive even before I met the person, and the person might be the most nice, beautiful person in the world. I'm almost already arriving with all those things that I already bring with me previously, and that can already affect that right there in my interaction. The other thing I have to recognize is that those specific services, especially, I'm not going to be able to get them from any other agency. I have to go through them. So there is a power their dynamic also playing a role, right? That person, whatever I do, I will have to try to get my service for that person from the government, because that's the only option, and I have no other option. I need to get my things resolved, and I have to go through that. So I'm going to have to try to be, oh, I hope the person is in good mood. Oh, I'm going to have to be trying to talk like this way. I'm going to have to be pleasure. I'm going to have to be just be giving them that sense that, yes, you are the one that can decide if I get my thing resolved today or not. And that learning, I have catch myself many times here in the United States also, when I'm going to maybe not even necessarily governmental offices, when I'm going to other places to ask for something. That learning that sometimes I carry with myself, sometimes I catch myself repeating it, and almost like trying to see like, oh, this person is going to be the only one who can decide if I get my service yes or no today. And as a service provider now that I'm in the other side of the window, I will say, I also realize that some people, when I'm having those interactions, like Karina was saying, they either will look one way, they will try not to ask me questions because they don't want to feel like I'm not even explaining well enough, or maybe that they don't know that exactly. So I can already perceive those interactions also being affected just by our cultural weight and our historical weight, even though we are probably from the same state in Mexico. So something as a service provider that we think is very important is to listen with interest and curiosity. Have awareness of your own possible biases, as I told you some of the stories, and attempt to not judgmental state about what you hear. Many times, I'm sure that you have heard something that maybe that is not same as your values, but again, we're there to hear and to provide that accompaniment. And then recognize that your inherent status of privilege, like just to meet the person where they are, and always get back to them to say, I'm here just to accompany you. I'm not here to be like the superhero. I'm not here to resolve the thing. I'm here to accompany you while you are also empowering the person so they can continue later with that, whatever the service that is. So empowering is a very important word for us as well. And when we are providing services, and we're always willing to be taught about our accompaniments, because as I just arrived, again, I'll share my story as a grown-up immigrant. There are so many stories and so many knowledge that I have been learning through it just by interactions with our families. But we have, it is that openness that it is, again, cultural humanity is a learning process, and it's okay to not know everything.
So we're going to talk a little bit up here about accompaniment and what exactly that means and how we use that at La Casita in particular. So we've used that term a lot. We've used the term accompanying and accompaniment, and typically it's something that we like to say rather than saying clients. I know that with professions like interpreting and other different types of service providing professions, saying the word service, saying the word clients are second nature, and I mean they're important when it comes to having language that's understood by everybody, especially when you're interpreting. So the concept of accompaniment, the idea of accompaniment, is one that even if we can't say it all the time, it's something that we just want to hold within our hearts, because there's such a value. There's such like a value and a power behind the word client and behind the word services. And so when somebody walks through the door of La Casita Center, we don't want to think of ourselves as this very powerful organization who is so wonderful and so, you know, here to save everybody, and we're here to serve these people that walk in through the door. We want to, within ourselves, remain humble and remain really grateful that this person who's walking in the door is allowing us to be a part of their journey. That they are inviting us into maybe the problems that they're having or the life that they're living, and they want us to join them on this walk. And so we kind of we visualize this triangle with accompanying inside it. So we choose not to victimize people who might come in with different questions or different problems. And so instead of thinking of ourselves as, oh, so blameless, this could never happen to me, this is a victim, I'm not a victim, we remember that bad things can happen to absolutely anybody. In this context of discussing domestic violence, we know that domestic violence can happen to absolutely anybody. And we do not think of this person who's walking through our door as a victim any more than we would think of ourselves. We also try to avoid thinking in these terms of being a rescuer. We're already in this conversation using terms like advocate and ally and solidarity, which is really nice to hear. But absolutely, we don't want to get into the sense that I am so good, I am so wonderful, I am so grateful, and you all should be so grateful that I am here to help you. Thank God that I walked through the door with you. And I don't think we've got anybody in the room right now that has any of those attitudes. Sometimes we might run into some service providers that have a little bit of that, but something just to consider to avoid. Another one is this concept of judgment. And this one is really powerful, especially in the context of domestic violence, because we might encounter people who are experiencing domestic violence and we think to ourselves, well, why don't they leave? We might hear other people saying things like that of why don't they leave? People can only be helped if they want to be helped. And some of these things are things that we take home with us to protect ourselves, because these are really powerful traumas that this other person is experiencing. And when it happens to them, sometimes there's a bit of secondhand trauma that also happens to us. And so it can be extremely painful when a loved one or a friend is experiencing domestic violence. And so we start to protect ourselves by saying, well, if they would just leave, then it would be fine. I just have to give up on this because they don't want to help themselves. And so those attitudes of judgment are very natural, and they come from this space in which we are trying to take care of ourselves and to limit some of that trauma. But once again, it doesn't help the person, and it doesn't really help ourselves either. And so accompanying the person and just kind of accepting that maybe they're going to go back, or maybe something's going to happen again. the consistent thing for them will be that we are still there to listen. We can still absolutely draw our own boundaries and say, I can't talk to you about this right now, but we can let them know with those boundaries that we are still there in their lives, that we still love them, that we still honor them. And so with that space and interpretation, it sounds like everybody in here fully understands, practices the distancing that is necessary for that profession. But we would also just like to share some of our concepts with you as well. And this is something, accompaniment, that has been very powerful for us and allowed us, I think, to do some, to stay, I don't want to say distant, but it's allowed us to stay in this profession without burning out for ourselves as well. And Karina or Ava, if you have anything to add about accompaniment or what it means to you, please. Okay, thank you.
So why do we accompany? Why do we use a specific word? Or how we do accompany? Because we acknowledge that there is a lot of barriers and challenges and fears for the community too. And it can be invisible many times for many systems. We also acknowledge that there is a strain in the resiliency and survival. And that's something that we honor, highlight, and empower very often. We believe that every person we accompany, every donor, every volunteer, and our staff, all of us are here together. So it's not just like Crystal was saying, it's not just as I'm accompanying the family who is coming to La Casita for one of the services, but I'm also accompanying my coworkers, and my coworkers are accompanying me to me as well. And also the families, because there is this not share of knowledge and being accompanied by them because they allow me also to be part of that process. So that's where you're going to hear in La Casita. We're going to talk a little bit about our agreements, but that's where it comes that we are a circle, because everybody belongs to that. And also we are aware of our realities for our Latinx community, and many of these realities we already just shared with you already.
So I want to share just one small story with you all. When I was growing up, I was about 15 or 16, and in the United States, 15 and a half or 16 is the age for most states in which people can get their learner's permit to drive a car. And so I'm with my dad, we're in our family minivan, and we drive into the parking lot, we switch sides so that I'm in the driver's seat, and before he hands the keys to me, my father says to me, a 15-year-old, now Crystal, don't forget that whenever you get your keys and you turn on this car, it means that you're driving a weapon. It means that you are driving something, you are about to start doing something that could take away someone's life. I'm 15 years old at this point. This is quite a lot for a 15-year-old to hear. And so I just kind of, okay, thanks, Dad. Yeah, give me the keys. I'll be very careful. And so I get in the car and I start driving around the parking lot. Everything's fine. It's a happy ending. It's a beautiful day. But that's still something that 16 years later, I still hear this man's voice in my ear when I'm driving on 264 in Louisville. It is still something that comes up when I start feeling tired on a road trip and I start feeling myself start to drift off behind the wheel of the car. Driving is something that's it's common in this country. It's common for a lot of you as interpreters who have to go from job to job to job. And it's something that we do every day. Sometimes we do that thing where we kind of blank out a little bit and suddenly we've arrived at work and we're like, oh, I don't remember how I got here. Everything seems fine though, here we go. But it's just something that I want us to think about, that this very everyday action, this very common action that we do, that's to the point of routine, to the point of habit, is still an extremely powerful thing and carries just a huge amount of power and responsibility behind it. I'm grateful to my father for putting this kind of terrifying idea in my head when I was 15 years old, because it did make me really appreciate the fact that if I'm on a long road trip and it's raining and I can't see, maybe I really should pull over. It's made me think maybe I need to go stop and get some coffee. Maybe I need to call up my mom and let her talk at me so that we can make our way home safely. And the reason that I bring this up is just because it's not a perfect analogy and there's definitely not as easy answers as pulling off to get a coffee. But when we start to feel ourselves getting that fatigue, that you get when you're doing this very difficult work of interpreting and carrying the stories of others and the trauma of others is that sometimes we need to stop and do these different self-care things that Ava was talking about. It was really nice to see in that one of those first exercises, the breathing exercises that a lot of you were mentioning, the meditation, the prayer, the music, the debriefing, the decompression. I don't think that any of you need to be told this twice, but I think that it's something that we all as a circle have to remind ourselves and each other that burnout and secondary trauma are such real things, and they can absolutely lead to that compassion fatigue, which means that maybe we're not going to be as careful. Maybe we're not going to advocate because we don't have the time or we don't have the money and we have to have this job. I saw one story in the comment about how they were let go from a position because they were trying to be an advocate. I think that this is a space in which we see some really powerful people who are trying to do the right thing, and you have all the right intentions and everything like that. And so I want to honor everybody who's doing this work and who's experienced compassion fatigue for sure at some point in the past, and you're still continuing to do so. The nature of trauma-informed work is that we have to identify these things within ourselves, and we have to know all of our own different things that work for us. So stretching or taking a break or walking the dog or speaking with family or any of these different steps, just to continue doing those things, to try new things that work for you. And this is not necessarily me trying to teach you how to do it, because I think everybody has their own methods, and I invite you to put them in the chat in case that can help us identify and share some of these different strategies. But I really want to honor that space and the ability and the difficulty of everything in this training. Forgot that I was speaking right afterwards. So Somos in Círculo, as Ava mentioned, the idea of accompanying is something that we at La Casita embody, both with the people that walk through our doors who might be seeking some kind of answers or some kinds of help. And it's something that we honor with each other as well as fellow staff members, as volunteers, as board members, as donors. And anybody that comes into the space and that kind of walks in community with us, we just ask them to come into these agreements with us. These are los acuerdos del movimiento feminista. And without these agreements, we could not function as an organization. These are not like hardline rules or anything. You all are working in a space that does have a lot of hardline rules, hardline guidelines, HIPAA restrictions and rights, and things that are very clearly laid out, but these are kind of more heart and spirit and social things that we agree together. These are all of our agreements together, and I've highlighted some of the ones that are most relevant for those of you in the interpreting profession, but please, of course, take whatever is most relevant to you out of them. Faithfully and confidentially honoring the stories of others, judge neither myself nor those around me, mutually supporting and respecting one another, speaking and acting with transparency. I take responsibility for my actions. I always speak up for myself. I listen to what my companions have to say. I ask rather than assume. Know my limits. Welcome opportunities to expand our circle. Commit to the vision of nonviolence. That's not just physical violence, that's all these other kinds of power imbalances and dynamics that we see with institutions. And act in solidarity towards the goal of social justice.
So with that, we wanted to share with you, a little bit of the techniques, a little bit of, the hospitality that makes the work at La Casita very successful, and how we are also, in every way of the world, trying to grow, on a daily basis, and it is hard, and it sounds like very romantic and very beautiful, and sounds like, oh my gosh, they already figured it out. But the truth of the matter is that every day is a learning experience. Every day, is a challenge, and it's a sometimes, it's frustrating and overwhelming and infuriating, especially, when we get to witness injustices or oppression or discrimination, racism towards ourselves and towards the people that we accompany. So with that, I wanted as well to share with you, something that we on a daily basis, with all our intentions, is, to keep on very deep in our daily practice, and that is integrity. Integrity is to do the right thing even when no one is watching. That responsibility of that we all have when working with everyone, but especially with immigrants and refugees, that power that it is in so many ways held in our hands when we are accompanying a person. It needs to be honored, and it needs to be embraced with all the strength in our hearts. So I know that we are very close to the ending of the time, and I wanted to give you so many examples of this and things that I have seen in my profession, but I also wanted to have the space for your questions. Is there anything pressing that you need, to share with us this morning, something that you would like, to for the rest of all of us that are here to learn from you and to hear from you, or anything else that you would like to hear more in the last, I believe, 3 minutes that we have to finish our conversation?
While folks are typing in their questions, I do want to highlight a question that came from much earlier. Somebody was talking about the stigma and the shame that comes with men reporting that they've experienced domestic violence, and whether there's any resources or organizations in those cases. That's something that we can look at more resources and send things out to you. I know that there are groups and movements and organizations that work with younger boys, and so kind of training up the idea of a different kind of masculinity that doesn't take shame in this same way. And so I can speak more about the stuff that they have for youth than they do for adults, but that's something that we can look up for future resources to send out. Thank you for that question. I'm seeing lots of thank yous, which is really beautiful to see. So thank you all for being participants and attendees of this. There's some questions that it looks like are more for Elisa about the certificate of attendance and such like that, which I know she'll speak on. And
So do that now if that's okay.
Miss Ali, if you allow me, just before you give all the technicalities, just wanted to thank you personally for sharing with us a Saturday morning, and for letting us share what we have in our heart. We want to honor you. We want to elevate the amazing work that you all do and how important you all are. Blessings to you and your families, and thank you. Please reach out to us. We are here to accompany you as well. If there is anything else that we can accompany you with, or any answers that you would like for us to share, please also reach out. So, muchas gracias. Thank you from our hearts, and I'll let the floor over to Eva, Ms. Crystal, and Ms. Ali for final words.
Yeah, we actually, this is the end of the presentation. We will be sending out a Google form, a survey for you guys, which will open with a question: why did I start a career as an interpreter? And here, one of the ideas, Crystal, do you want to share the idea how to answer that question?
I can get my mute to work, or my unmute to work. Yeah, so we invite you all to answer this question. It's helpful for us to learn more about you all, and we really invite you to do it in the language that you can best express yourself in. And so you can do that in English if that's what's best for you. But we know that that's not the best way to express ourselves, because some concepts you can't say in English, sometimes you don't. Anyways, yes, use the language that is best for you to express that question, because we really want to understand what motivates you in this career and in your life.
Thank you. And the rest of the survey will be just to hear your feedback, how you thought about this presentation, this training. And again, as Karina said, I would just echo, thank you so much for letting us share this time with you. And thank you so much for being part of the conversation and sharing your experience with us.
Well, I would like to thank so much you ladies from La Casita Center. You all have done an excellent job providing this training, and I know that the attendees have gotten a lot of good information out of it. So I can't imagine that you'll see anything but rave reviews. For those of you who may be watching this in a recorded version, and I'm sorry to bore those of you who are on here live, but this follow-up that Eva spoke about that you'll be receiving, this will be sent to those of you watching the recorded version in more of a quiz outline, so that we can provide you with the training hours as well. Yes, everyone who participated today will receive a certificate of completion. I will be working on those this week, so I'll be emailing them out this week. I'll be on vacation next week, so everything has to get done by Friday. So just so you know, I'm going to be a busy bee and trying to get everything out this week. Again, thank you all very much to our presenters, to Amina and Nurio, who were also here to help with the panelists and help with answering questions. Again, if you have questions, please feel free to direct them to me. I think you have my email address, and if you don't, you will very soon when we follow up, so that'll be available to you as well. Catholic Charities is hiring. I believe we have plenty of folks who are able to speak Spanish at this point. And from the discussion that I had with our Migration and Refugee Services Director, we're expecting families, or Congolese families in the coming few months. And so we will be hiring definitely for those languages that are spoken in the Congo. So again, thank you all so much for your time today. I know we're running over, so I'm going to stop. So I could go on forever, but I just, you all did such a great job. I just love you all.
Well, thank you everybody and have a wonderful weekend. We'll hope to see you soon. Bye.
Muchas gracias. Okay, beautiful ladies. Thank you.
You all did a great job.
Gracias. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mi gato.
Tu gato. Well, you all take care. Hugs and please keep us posted. Miss Ali, do you want us to create a certificate and send it to you your way so you can send it to people, or how do you want us to do that?
If you want to send it my way, I actually am going to be able to download a report of all the people who were in attendance today. So I'll be able to send it out to them. So it'll be, I have like all the people who registered and then everybody who attended, and the service actually provides us with a breakdown as to how many people were actually engaged the whole time. And so, yeah, it even tells you like who had the program on top and who was paying attention and who wasn't, and that sort of thing. So, yeah, we know, we caught you. So anyway, I don't know that I would necessarily use that, but because that's awful. But
Muy bien.
anyway, but thank you all again. This was wonderful.
Thank you. We should just able to
You all have a great day.
Enjoy your weekend, right? Bye.
Thank you.